All right, good morning, everyone. Welcome to the pre-market show. I hope you guys are having an amazing morning. Hope you guys had an incredible day yesterday. Good morning, Mike and Eamon. Sorry, Peter and Eamon. How are you guys today?
Who am I again? Oh, yeah, it's Peter.
Mike.
Yes.
Confused. Anyways, yes, good morning, Carlos. And good morning, Eamon. I hope you're both doing well. I am.
Well, it's a good day.
I'm basking in the glow of AMD at stratospheric heights. I thought I was maybe hitting a peak last night when I made a deal. Whenever AMD hits another $100, century mark, I had to take a drink. So, Carlos, last night I was happily drinking 7 p.m. Yeah, took myself the last of my Nika whiskey and had a drink, and that was at the mere price of about $409, I think it was then. About 409, we'll say. And now look at it now. It was up earlier this morning. I was looking at $430 when I was logging on this morning. I'm like, what is happening? This is like, look, there's bull markets, and then there's this, whatever this is. I don't know.
Well, you'll have to take another drink, Peter, because this thing is hitting 500 soon. 500 is soon, so I don't know if it's an upside or a downside for you. I think having a drink is never a downside. So
maybe I just need to keep drinking. I don't know what's going on. It's just crazy. The market's been drinking, apparently. It's just like this is. I mean, at some point, I've been saying it for years, though. It feels ridiculous, like this level of price increase. Anyways, we'll talk about obviously AMI's on the gap up list, or sorry, AMD's on the gap up list. But I can't. My brain hurts thinking about it. I can't understand it. Anyways,
but here we are, my friends.
That aside, you know who I've been thinking about? I don't know why I was thinking about him this morning, but Warren Bordley. Does that name mean anything to you?
No.
Warren Bordley.
Who's that?
I was thinking about him. You weren't here Monday, Carlos, so we didn't get to talk about this Monday. But Warren Bordley is a bakery truck driver who is happily driving his semi-tractor trailer full of bakery goods, in the morning to do his deliveries, and then gets hit by a 747 driving down the highway on the turnpike in New Jersey. Here's actually a picture of the plane hitting it. I know this is old news because this happened it was Monday morning, I guess, right? Or Sunday when this happened. The 767, a big plane anyways. Yeah. Anyway, I think that, can you imagine, like, you're like, I hear a whistling sound, and then suddenly your truck gets hit by the wheel of a giant plane. I'm like, oh man. Anyways, I find that an amazing story. Like, but hey, look, I don't know whether he's the luckiest or the unluckiest guy in the world, but like he made it through, only minor injuries. But like, how do you fill out the insurance claim on that? So what was the nature of your accident, sir? I was hit by a plane. What? Yeah, from the top, a plane landed on me. Go on, sir. Like, seriously.
Great,
what happened?
Video on it. But yeah, didn't know the guy's name, but clearly this happened down the block from me. So I see the planes land there all the time, and these guys were way too low.
Yeah.
I have actually, when they land on that runway, I have actually pulled over and taken videos of this area right here, because you got to see it. They come in turning at the last minute, they straighten it out. These guys should have went around. So he's lucky because he survived. That's a big payday for him. So get that lawsuit going, my friend, because those pilots really screwed up. They got the get their itis that pilots sometimes get. They got to get there. Go around, man. It's another couple of 15 minutes. Go around. Don't be an idiot. And these guys were idiots for that one. All right, but Friends, glad nobody got hurt. Everybody's okay. Plane landed safely, so all good there. What's all good as well is this Gappers is brought to you by TradingTerminal.com. Friends, just look at all the green on the screen. And the top of the list is even show some of the most interesting things that we're going to be looking at, like NVIDIA, like AMD, like all these tech companies just up and up and up as they keep just skyrocketing. So we'll jump into all that. Surprisingly, there's some stuff that's not doing so hot, right? There's a lot of stuff in the red for a day like today. So oil and some oil type plays are getting a little bit of a drop here this morning as there's conversations for possibly a deal being made. We heard this who knows how many times, but the market loves it. Like the market says, the market's in a situation where no deal, it goes up, deal, it goes up higher. So it just doesn't care. Whatever news you come out with, it's just going to go up, and that's what we've seen with the overall market. But again, some tech companies just crushing it. AMD, AMU, NVIDIA, all these semiconductors. Intel, 117 was the price I saw as the highest yesterday. Just madness. I mean, you name it, it is going up. If it has anything to do with chip and AI, it is green this morning, at least for the most part. But before we get to all that, friends, let's get to some of our stories from yesterday. Then we'll hop into what to expect out of today. Eamon's going to take us through that. Eamon, give us the latest and greatest.
All right, guys. So market keeps ripping higher and ripped higher even today. We saw fresh all-time highs across everything, right? The Dow also finished up more than 350 points. Yesterday it was down, and honestly, one company carried a huge part of this move that we're seeing. It's AMD. AMD absolutely blew up all the expectations. The revenue came in above $10.2 billion. The data center sales surged 57%, and guidance completely crushed the expectations. The stock jumped, I think, around 10 to 15% after hours, and it keeps going higher. And the key takeaway here is simple. The AI demand is still accelerating. It's not stopping, and I don't know when it's going to be stopping. There is never just a peak to this market. I don't know when it's going to be happening. Anyway, Lisa Su basically told the market that AMD expects tens of billions in AI data center revenue going forward, and that completely reignited the whole semiconductor trade. That strength spilled into also the rest of the chip space. Intel surged 14%. I think Intel surged 14% because there were reports of a possible Apple partnership, which would be massive turnaround if Intel confirms it. MU jumped another 10%, pushing the market cap over $700 billion as the AI hardware just rally continues to go higher. So it's not only NVIDIA right now. A lot of companies are competing in this field. Now, on the macro side, markets also got help from geopolitics. Carlos mentioned it. Trump announced that Project Freedom was being paused and said that there has been great progress, like big progress. There is a deal coming in. So oil dropped sharply after that because of these headlines, and that helped this rally or this push go higher. This is probably why we are seeing a lot of oil companies gapping down right now. Anyway, not every earnings reaction was positive. Palantir dropped down even though they had record quarter. Palantir beat their records, but it was kind of a classic sell the news reaction. Numbers were good, but expectations became almost impossible to beat after this whole massive run that it had into these earnings. We also saw some weakness in Shopify, right? And the Jolts data showed that the market is kind of holding well. And finally, there is one important story that I caught a lot of attention. SpaceX is preparing for an IPO. Potentially, it's going to be valued around $1.75 trillion, which would be like literally the largest IPO in history. Wait for this, and we'll see what's going to happen. Anyway, today is all about AI momentum and a little bit of easing these geopolitical fears.
And one of the signs that this is just so bubbly is that you mentioned some of the partnerships that Eamon, one of the other things, AMD and Intel apparently are partnering. So we're in the era of frenemies. These semiconductor chips that used to be, compete all the time. for market share and for supremacy. You know, the releasing chips, one-upping each other with new technology. Now they're collaborating. They're just basically they're saying there is so much money. We don't need to compete anymore. Well, why don't we work together? Because like people are just buying none of us can keep up. Let's just work together because there's like we're all making so much money. You know, it doesn't even matter anymore. That's my interpretation of it anyways, because it's amazing to me that to see NVIDIA, of course, is partnered with almost everybody. Now AMD and Intel are partnering, and you know they're all partnering with each other. Like it's anyways, I just find it amazing. What a time to be alive.
Yeah,
I mean, it's been a long time where they've been sitting around the lows, and now with this AI race, and like I said, there is a lot of money. The market is really big. There is a lot of demand, so why not make money together?
Yep.
Exactly. Now, on what to expect today, futures are opening higher this morning. I talked about it briefly on yesterday in 60 seconds. Um, Disney and Uber had earnings. Today, we'll talk about that briefly. Anyway, let's talk a bit about Trump and Project Freedom. Trump paused Project Freedom and said that there's been a big and huge progress on Iran's negotiations. I mean, I don't know it's that big, but still, it's a statement, and all we need in this market is a small positive headline to move everything, right? And once the headlines came out, that immediately pushed oil lower overnight, and that helped the market push higher. Right now, the market is basically trading one single question. Is there an actual deal framework coming, or it's just a temporary de-escalation before another spike happens? Because if real deal gets confirmed, oil will definitely go below $100 very quickly, and equities might find another run and go higher. Now let's talk a little bit about earnings. Disney actually delivered one of its strongest reports in years. The revenue and EPS both beat expectations, but the real story was this streaming profitability. Disney's streaming business finally went above 10% operating margin for the first time ever. And I think that's a milestone for Disney, and it's a milestone for a lot of investors who've been putting money in Disney. Parks revenue also hit records level, and the new CEO, Josh, he had a very strong debut call. So the key takeaway, I think, is that Disney turnaround story is no longer just a narrative; it's finally showing up something in numbers. Uber was also interesting. I think actually Uber was the interesting one because there was a completely different reason. The company missed revenue, but the stock still went up 9%. Why is that? Peter talks about this, mentioned this, I think 2 days in a row, right? Because it's not about earnings, it's not about the numbers or the revenue, it's about the guidance. That's all the market cares about. And the guidance on Uber was strong. The monthly active users on Uber went to nearly 200 million, and that's a lot. So profitability keeps improving, and the market fully ignored the revenue at the moment and focused on what's going to happen in the future. After the close, we have also some important earnings. ARM, I think one of the most important ones after AMD. We have Snap, and a few other ones. Peter will walk us through that. And at 10:30, we'll have crude oil inventories. Brent oil is still around $109. There are still shipping disruptions that are unresolved. So this inventory report will actually be important, more important than it usually is. And if I had to summarize it for today, I think we'll have a bull case if we actually get a deal on Iran. If the market keeps holding higher after these Disney and Uber gains, and if we get some good earnings on ARM, we might have a bear case if the talks collapse again, which is more likely going to happen. We've seen this coming back and forth for a long time, right? Oil will spike higher, and the market might slow down a little bit, and eventually we could go sideways if nothing changes and everything just goes slowly fades away. That's it.
All right. Thank you so much, man. I appreciate that, Eamon.
You're so funny, Eamon. The market's slowing down.
Yeah, we don't believe you.
Market doesn't care, right?
Sure.
Yeah,
We
You
don't
already
believe
said that
you.
with a straight face. Oh, that's good on you. Well done.
This market, guys, is just we're living in very interesting times. This market is just up and up. But I agree with you, man. If some kind of deal is broken, we can see oil do some crazy things here. And if it's not, if no deal is made, I think the market will just hover and just find a way to go higher. That's just my expectation.
It'll find a way to go higher. That's
It'll find a way. Yeah, it'll
last
find a way to go higher. I mean, it's just unbelievable. But thank you for that, Eamon, on what to expect today and also yesterday's action. Peter, what do we got scheduled for today as far as any data coming out this morning?
Not much here. Let's we have just a couple of data points. We have the non-farm payrolls, which are coming out. Well, actually, didn't they just come out? They should have just come out. What time is it? 8:17. Supposed to have come out 2 minutes ago, but I don't see the data yet. And then at 10:30, we do have the crude oil inventory. So we were talking about that. You know, oil is up, or at least the gas pump. The price of the gas pump is up. You know what I paid this morning? $1.94. Well, $1.94.9. That's liters per liter, so that's about $12 a gallon, something like that. Yeah, it's I need to get like a converter to figure that out. So, but anyways, it's it's expensive. Gas has gotten really expensive here. So, you know, it's a funny thing, right? Like Carlos, one thing I find interesting when I go to the gas station, I look, I'm not that price sensitive, so I'm like, that price sucks, and I look at the price and then I go get gas anyways. But when the price is this high, like I'm the only one at the gas station, I'm like, I have it all to myself because there's nobody here buying. Everybody will wait because prices fluctuate so much. Like for me, it's like $1.94, 95, but you know, at night it's going to go down to $1.70. So everybody waits, and then the gas station's full, right? And there's cars lined up trying to get gas when it's a little bit cheaper. And I'm like, you know what? I'll take my 5 minutes or 10 minutes of my life back, and I'll pay.
At night, it'll fluctuate lower. At night, I never noticed that.
Every single day. At least
get out of here.
Every day it happens. Prices go up during the day in the morning, like during rush hour. At night, prices go down. It goes up on the weekend. You know, it goes
they got
down.
digital. They got, I think some of my places here, they still got the ones where they have to change the letters. So that guy must have a horrible job every day when they're changing the numbers.
Yeah. No, it's all electronic here, and they all go like you can watch. If you go down a main street, you can watch them all change like all at the same time. So,
that is funny.
You know, they've been talking about gas price collusion for forever, and there's no question, right? They're all sort of working together in terms of the pricing, but you know, you just get used to it. It's what everybody does. But I find it fascinating anyway. So I just buy when I need gas. I complain, but I don't change my behavior. That's too much work.
Man, that sounds like a lot of work. Yeah. Again, I still don't understand the Costco situation. People show up to Costco and they got these lines to save like 10 cents. I'm like, what are you filling up? The Intrepid down in New York? Are you filling up a battleship? I mean, how is 10 cents going to? But you know, people just love a deal. Yeah, well, there's people like that. They just love a deal. They're like, I'm sticking it to the man or to the gas pump. I guess I don't know, but they just love a deal. I guess I don't know.
Yeah, they do.
All right,
they absolutely do. Yeah. I mean, it does make an appreciable difference. But I mean, you're saving like $3 or $4. I guess it depends on the size of your tank. You know, but still, it's a couple of bucks. So that's what I usually do, Carlos. I'm like, look, I will pay $3 so I don't have to wait 20 minutes in line to get gas. So
absolutely, it's like in the absolutely. All right, friends, let us know how you feel over in chat. I don't do lines, says Candy. I don't like lines. Like if I go to a restaurant, you know, it's just a regular restaurant. And I'm not talking about the Four Seasons or something because there you got to have a reservation. But if I go to a regular restaurant and you're going to make me wait 45 minutes to eat just because I pulled up, I'm going somewhere else. I'm not doing that. I'm going somewhere else. Yeah. All right. Nothing is that. Nothing is that serious. Yeah.
My daughter took us out at Christmas. We always do experiences, you know, around the holidays. And she's like, we're going to go to this hot, trendy, it was like a Japanese grill thing where you grill all your food at your table. And anyways, it was the hot new trend. And yeah, we did that. We waited like an hour for a table. And that's what the thing that she wanted to do. So we went. And it was okay experience, but I'm like, you know, I would have just said, okay, abort, we're going somewhere else. But being this was her experience, we went and did that. And I said it was okay, but I'm like, would I go again and wait? Absolutely not. Just not doing
Yeah,
it. But
not doing
apparently
that.
it's different different measures. You want to get to the cool spots, sometimes you gotta
Yeah,
wait,
sometimes you gotta wait. Sometimes you gotta wait. Friends, Gapper says brought to you by TradeTerminal.com. We took a quick look at this earlier, and man, so much green, but also a lot of red. A lot of red. A lot of it made from oil companies. I could see a lot of oil companies here: PBR, XOM, BP. Is Shell the Shell oil company? I believe it is down here as well. I mean, they're all just slightly down. Oxy, yeah, I saw a lot of energy stuff on here this morning. Going down, given the latest comments from the president about making a possible deal, should take care of the situation there. All right, let's take a look at what's gapping up. Some of our big tickers here this morning. Let's start with AVTX, and we'll get to some of the good stuff. Again, if you look at my list, I'll bring it over here if I can. You can have this exact same list today and actually do very well. I'm gonna bring this. Is that coming up here? It's coming up over here. You could use this exact same list: MU, PLTR, AMD, NVDA, Tesla, and maybe not the secondary stuff. But a lot of this is going to be the usual suspects, I believe. You know, Intel's on this. I do have Intel. It's going to be a lot of the usual suspects that have been in play. But let's take a look at some of these other ones that are gapping up pretty big and see if there's anything there for us. AVTX is first. Avalo Therapeutics is the name of the company, Peter. These guys are flying 50% this morning. Doesn't look pretty. It is a 10 million shares flow, so it's not something that we will probably have on deck. But if you are a low flow trader, this seems to be getting some volume and a beautiful gap up this morning.
Yeah, I'm often critical of the the marketing departments and sometimes at these companies when they screw up, right, and they don't get their announcements right. I got to give credit to Avalo Therapeutics. They've got their systems in order. So they announced positive phase 2 trial results of a drug trial, and at the same time announced the raising of $375 million in a public offering. Because normally the secondary offerings drag your stock price down, but they've chosen to basically announce at the exact same time that they're doing the secondary offering while they announce the positive drug trial. So they get the upside. And maybe it's not as high as it would have been otherwise, but they're still up 48%, and that's good because they're issuing they're issuing that secondary at $17.75 a share, which was above yesterday's close price, but well below the price that it's bumped to. So they've played this smart. So I got to give them credit. Tip my hat to them on that one. Still, 1.8 million shares traded. I'm looking at the price action right now. It's pretty slow. So this is a low float. If you want to trade it. Look, Carlos, I got so many things on the regular list, let alone the earnings list for the, I just, no thanks, but it's a good low float if you like that stuff.
Yeah, it sure is, guys. Put it on deck if you like it. I'll skip it. Again, I think there's just better things for me to look at personally. Here is HUT 8. Wow, what a nice gap up this morning, up 30% right now, 1.2 million shares traded. So definitely getting a beautiful move this morning. So clearly news related. Usually these stocks don't move like that unless there's some heavy news here. Peter, doing very well. What's the latest and greatest? You can see here, nice gap up of 30%, some volume as well.
Yeah, this is the company that's a little bit all over the place here, just because they sort of changed their focus over the last number of years. So HUT 8. They're listed as a mining company. Their website calls them an energy company. They just signed a deal for a large data center to do basically cyber and AI. So, I'm not sure what they are and what they want to do, but they've got their fingers and toes in a little bit of everything. They're on our list this morning because they have earnings. They had a mixed picture, but but I guess the market doesn't seem to mind too much. They missed revenue quite a bit, actually. They delivered only $71 million worth of revenue versus a 77.6 estimate, but they did great on the bottom line. They're losing money, but they only lost 12 cents a share versus the forecasted 28 cents a share. So and their guidance, their forward-looking guidance was actually higher because of this big AI data center deal that they signed. They said that's going to allow them to increase capacity, and they claim that they've got clients for it. So So, and the market loves AI news. So you say you're AI, you're focused on AI, the market loves it. So welcome higher Hut 8. And yeah, it's this is not technically a low float, just because it's 100 million shares in the float.
Yeah.
But though, how much it's gapping here? This is up 30% right now, and I got to think it's going to trade a little bit wild. I just don't know. On an average day, it only gets 4 million shares, so we're already trading 1.3. Clearly, it's going to be an above average volume day. I'm still skeptical as to whether it's going to get enough volume that I would really want to pay attention. And when the opening bell rings, it's going to give us momentum. So this is sort of a maybe, but we have so many other things. I've got to believe it's going to fall off the list. So on a normal day, Carlos, I would say, yeah, we should watch it. Today, I think there's so many other things.
Yeah, I agree. Should definitely not be in the primary. I would put in the primary if we didn't have other great stuff. I'm gonna throw in the secondary. It might not stay there depending on what else we have to watch. I gotta tell you, my primary list is pretty much set already. I haven't even put it together there, but I kind of have an idea of what I'm watching today. I mean, come on, AMD up 16%. What is it, a low flow ticker? I mean, this is crazy. So we'll get to that in a second here. But it's just wild. And it's dragging so many things up with it. As we mentioned earlier. But again, tech is running the world here. Going back to our gappers list, friends, let's continue here. Flex is next, up 25%. Also not a low flow. This is a 365 million shares flow. So pretty decent size here. But today they're got a nice gap of 25%. The issue with them is volume. Only at 273,000 shares traded. It's just not enough for me to like this one. In the daily here, they get really low volume to about 4.3 million. Seems to be like the average per day here. Again, not factored, just by eyeballing it. And yesterday they had a big dip of 9.5 million, seems like. But for the most part, they just don't trade very well. So not going to be on my list. But again, a huge move up this morning as they're opening up this pre-market session, Peter.
Yeah, Flex Limited had earnings last night. Did well. Once again, they are talking about some AI service offerings that they have. They've got a new CEO, I guess. They're sort of doing this spin-off. They're spinning off their cloud and power infrastructure business, and there's a guy named Michael Hartung that's going to become the CEO of that. So yeah, I mean, I guess it's a good time for Flex because they're able to spin off one of their businesses. Anyways, it's interesting, not interesting enough on this day, like I seem to keep saying. But.
Yep, I agree. I agree with that one. Next SLP, we'll look at a few more here until we get to our good buddy down here, AMD. So AMD, then you start seeing SMCI, start seeing a lot of other tech tickers on this list as well. But here is SLP. This doesn't look great. So big push up this morning, all the way up to 25.23 was the high of the pre-market. Since then has dropped down quite a bit, still up 18% this morning, 1.1 million shares traded. But this looks really messy, guys. It is a 16 million shares flow. I'm not going to have this on deck. The fun might actually be over. Simulations Plus is the name of the ticker. I'm going to leave that one alone.
Yeah, look, the headline sort of says it all here. Simulation Plus enters technical collaboration with NVIDIA on GPU-accelerated, AI-assisted modeling workflows for drug development simulations. They got all the buzzwords in there. You're partnering with NVIDIA on AI stuff. Yeah, that's why they're popping. If that's of interest to you, go for it.
Yeah. Nothing to see here for me personally. Next one, and before we get to AMD, GLW is the next one on here. These guys up 17%. Now they have some volume, 2.5 million shares traded, so that's quite a bit there. Flow is massive, 788 million on the float there, so you definitely got a lot to work with. But on the daily, very light volume, right? Around 10-ish, 12 million per day. Today, obviously, they're doing a big chunk of that already in the pre-market. They're moving well. Peter, this looks nice, man. I like the volume they're getting. I like the gap up. I like that they're not a low flow ticker. Might not be the easiest stock to trade. But, man, this pre-market action looks very interesting, I got to say.
Yeah, so this is Corning. And this is not just your grandma's casserole dish anymore. Corning makes a lot of money off of fiber optics. They actually physically, make the fiber optic cables that, data center volumes run through, and sub-Atlantic, it's cross ocean cables are designed from. So Corning announced another deal with NVIDIA, in fact. So it's, everybody's using NVIDIA's name these days. It's a $500 million equity investment that NVIDIA is actually making in Corning to make sure they have access to their fiber optics AI infrastructure. So that's good news, and they're popping up as a result of it this morning. It's a possible trader. Again, on a normal day, if we didn't have much else going on, I'd say let's take a look at it. We wouldn't normally trade this, but this is good news. Whenever you get an equity investment from NVIDIA, that's good. It's great that they're popping up 20%. I mean, this is not a small company, so to move that big stock and this company that much higher is good. But again, today's just one of those days. There's just too many things, and I've got to believe this one is going to fall to the bottom of the pile. 2.6 million shares. It is a nicey stock. Again, just not quite enough, I don't think. But
yeah, man, it's just too much for us to look at, and this might not make the cut, man. All right, it looks good though, guys. If you like it, put it on your list. I'm debating with a secondary or not between this one or Hood. We'll have to pick one. I'll put it on there, but again, I see a lot of this stuff sliding off this list. So we'll put it on here just to remind ourselves to go back and look at it, see what it's doing, but most likely it's not going to be on there. Also, these stocks that normally don't trade very well, when they're getting volume today, they might not trade all that good, intraday. All right, so that's another thing too. Like even Hood and Hut and GLW, when the market opens up, they might not have a great intraday action too. So we'll keep that in mind. All right, the big guy for today, the big story, AMD. Here we are, friends. We are gapping up 16% this morning, as high as 432 already. That is your new latest and greatest all-time high. It's right over here. We'll mark it down. 432.49 is the all-time high here on AMD. Clearly crushing it. Before we get to earnings, just look at this daily on AMD. April, it just went on steroids. It really did. Like, it just got some new batch of steroids, and it said, I'm taking this, and look at the gains. My goodness. This is 200, guys. This is 200. We're sitting here at 413 right now. Peter, what is the latest and greatest on this one? Just wild.
Yeah, I mean, AMD for the first time crossed the threshold to become a $700 billion company in market cap. They were there and back again. Technically, I suppose they're just under that right now. Added $100 billion worth of value overnight. I mean, their earnings were good. They weren't this good, but you know what? This market, it's funny, right? Like, we've got companies like PLTR. Suddenly, everybody's worried about fundamentals. We talked about this the other day, and they're worried that it's overvalued. So, despite their great numbers, they got pushed down. Now, remember when again, PLTR. Everybody's worried that PLTR is significantly overvalued. Their price earnings ratio as of this morning, 152. It was about 164 or something the other day. And that was considered, significantly overvalued. And therefore, when they had great earnings, record-breaking earnings on PLTR, they moved down. AMD, on the other hand, great earnings, right? Everything is good. They obviously skyrocketed up on the promise of future growth. Their CEO did a good job of painting a very rosy picture. She was, one of the few female CEOs of a large tech company. So it's good that the market is sort of, paying attention to what AMD is doing. Their PE, 134, and that doesn't really factor in this growth over the last couple of days. So their PE pretty much matches where Palantir is, and yet totally different market response. Again, just for reference, NVIDIA's PE, price earnings, right, 40. So technically, AMD is 3 times overvalued compared to NVIDIA, almost 3.5, and yet the market's like, that's okay, we're good. So I don't know what to expect of this morning, Carlos. It's definitely been heading down all morning. So we hit that high very early this morning at 430. We're at $411 now and dropping. Don't assume though it's going to be a short play at the open. I'm going to be cautious on this one. If it gives a strong sign, I might be willing to take it. But for now, I'm willing to, stay open-minded as to whether this thing can go back to 100 to 430. It's quite possible. Or would we drop back closer to yesterday's close, which, as a reminder, was like $355. So we've got lots of room, right? Up and down. Whatever's happening, AMD's in play. We've got over 6 million shares traded, and it's running. So top of the list. I mean, how could it not be?
Yeah, it definitely is. And Eamon, I want your take on it as well, because I know this is probably the biggest story we have is on AMD. You did some work on this as well in your slides. What's your thoughts on it, man? And are you gonna? I'm not gonna ask that question. Yeah. That's a stupid question. I'm gonna ask you: are you gonna trade it today? Oh, hold on.
AMD. I mean, wait. I'm honestly not sure if I am going to be trading AMD. The price action is really crazy. On one way, it seems that it is overextended, and on another, it's pulling back right now. So can it continue the move to the upside after the pullback, or will it keep pulling back? That's the question. Right. It's a really tough decision. These type of stocks, when they make these type of runs, it's difficult to tell what's going to happen to them and what to trade. And on days like these, I prefer to stick to our usual slow, steady stocks that that you can read, at least, where you can draw a level. We can't draw levels on AMD at all-time high, right? It's tough to trade it at this stage.
It's on its own little island right here, as you can see here. Yeah, I think it is going to be tough to trade. These stocks, once they start crossing that 400, 500 price tag, they become a little bit more difficult to trade. If you're not used to that price action, right? The price action clearly changed. The volume is different. The spread is different. So a lot of things change here. We've seen that with MU in the last couple of days as well, which also another one. It's up 3.9 today. All-time high, 685. We got to call these CEOs, man. They got to come back. They got to start splitting all this stuff back to like that 150 price tag. Everything, AMD, Tesla. Just get back to that 150. So we could trade it here, because, man, these price tags are just getting out of control. But what a market. All right, we'll stop here. Actually, before I do that, Peter, anything you like on the gap up list this morning that we have not covered yet? I know it's a lot, but yeah, what do you like this morning?
I don't know. I mean, should I just list them all? Like, there's so many. So what had earnings either last night or this morning that is gapping up? So let me just go through the list. Joby. Right, Joby. Would you call them planes or drones? Anyways, Joby Aviation is the company. Yeah. SMCI, MSTR, Uber, Disney, Novo Nordisk, Fubo, Kentucky Fried Chicken, KHC, all had earnings. So you can sort of pick whoever you want. SMCI might be interesting. I mean, I'm surprised to see them gapping up, and they're gapping up quite a bit. 12.5% right now, and they were up more. They were up quite significantly earlier on, another $2, which would have been another like 10%. And this company just boggled. I can't understand this company. Their revenue, like they beat on bottom line earnings, they missed on revenue. But remember, this is the company that had one of their senior executives and family member illegally export over $2 billion worth of product, and yet the companies, they're it's all good, business as usual. Why not? Up 12%, was up 20% earlier this morning. Sure, let's go. The world doesn't make any sense anymore. Anyways, all right. So SMCI, but as a trading opportunity, why not? Right? It's in play today. So that one maybe on the list. MSTR is another favorite. I know people like to watch MSTR because it gets good volume. It can actually trade really well. They had earnings as well. They beat revenue but missed their earnings per share. So they interestingly, they were doing this are still doing this treasury strategy for Bitcoin. They've said in their conference, the analyst conference that they had after the earnings release, that they are willing to embrace a tactical Bitcoin sale. So remember before they were just buying and warehousing. Now they're saying, well, we might actually sell some of our Bitcoin. So maybe a slight change of strategy going on there, but MSTR gapping up just marginally here this morning. And then you got the others. You mentioned Uber, I think, in passing. I can't remember if it was you or Eamon. I know somebody mentioned Uber. Uber is up. They've made some interesting moves recently. Remember all the partnerships they've had with the car companies to order a lot of sort of autonomous EV fleets. So looks like their booking outlook is very strong. So again, the market primarily rewards on future outlook, and Uber says the future looks bright. So the market says, all right, then let's give you about a 5% bump here. And again, it was up almost twice that early this morning, having hit over $80 in the early trading session. Sort of pick what you want. KHC, we don't normally trade, but earnings, sometimes I would pay attention to it on earnings. Everything seems to be clustered these days, right? Remember last week we had like the biggest earnings day ever with all the big boys. Today's another one of those.
What's the KFC ticker?
Sorry. I keep saying KFC. I'm wrong. It's KHC. It's Kraft Heinz. That's what I keep. My brain kept saying KFC. I meant Kraft the whole time, but
okay.
KFC. It's
earlier you said Kentucky Fried Chicken. I'm like, wait a minute.
I did.
I'm like, wait.
Again,
we got to go back to that and see what. Okay, gotcha. Peter woke up hungry this morning, and he's thinking about chicken here. All right, there we go.
Maybe, but anyways, it's Kraft Heinz. KHC is what I was trying to say. Again, sometimes I would take a look at this. They, on earnings days, they can I actually don't mind trading them. It's a little bit of slower trade, but on a day like today, there's too much, right? They only have 200,000 shares.
Yeah.
They are gapping up a little bit. They had good earnings, but come on, man, like we got to stick to tech. There's just too much tech. So
tech and even some oil plays I'm seeing here, like the airlines as well. Have you seen American Airlines today? Oh boy, 13 something. I mean, come on. Whatever. Whatever. But yeah, man, so much to watch, man. It's gonna be hard to pick a list. I have AMD here. I'm gonna add some more. I want to see what you guys are gonna offer up as well when we start doing that, to see what ideas I can get. But there's just so much to be looking at. All right, let's take a break here and let's go to Eamon. Eamon, give us some of the stuff that's happening outside of the charts a little bit here. We're gonna go to our social post and also to our feature story.
Okay, good. So yeah, let's talk a little bit about the social polls. Markets, you see them, they're trading as if the ceasefire is already happening, even though we still don't have one, right? And people are questioning this. Are the bulls correctly looking through the geopolitical chaos towards stronger fundamentals, or is the market getting dangerously comfortable too early? Let's start with the bullish argument. Lori from RBC says that the market is essentially climbing a wall of worry. And honestly, the numbers support that view. This earnings season has been very strong overall. Companies are beating expectations, guidance has improved, and investors continue focusing on economic resilience and AI-driven growth instead of every geopolitical headline. That's the core of the bull thesis. But on the bearish side, it's becoming a bit harder to ignore because crypto, for example, is flashing. Bitcoin struggled to hold above $80,000, and we talked about that yesterday. If it struggles, it's probably going to slowly flash down. So the bulls start taking some profits. And I think that's important because crypto in general, it's one of the ways buyers or traders express their risk, right? So if crypto is hesitating while equities push forward, that might mean that the confidence underneath the surface is not as strong as the indexes suggest. And then there is also Palantir. Palantir may have delivered one of its most important lessons of earnings this season. The company posted its best quarter ever, strong growth, raised guidance, impressive numbers across the whole board, and the stock still sold off. Why? Because the expectations have already reached perfection. And when a stock falls after great earnings, it tells you that investors were positioned for something even bigger, and that did not happen. Now compare that with the AMD. AMD did not just beat expectations, it accelerated beyond these expectations. Lisa Su sounded so confident. The data center growth exploded higher, guidance crashed estimates, and the market immediately rewarded the stock. So basically, same earnings, same season, same AI theme, but completely different reactions. And that's the real takeaway here. The market is not rewarding just good, the market rewarding this acceleration and growth. If growth is speeding up, the stocks can go higher very quickly, and you can see that on AMD today. But if expectations already became too stretched, then even great results and great earnings can trigger selling. So today in the socials, traders are watching three main things. The first thing is Iran. Is the Iran optimism actually leading towards a deal, or the markets are getting ahead of reality? The second thing is, can Disney finally break the cycle of beating earnings but still disappointing investors? Because we've had a lot of earnings on Disney where they had good numbers, but eventually that ended up with a huge sell-off intraday. And finally, what do these completely different reactions on AMD and Palantir tell us about where the valuation risk truly sits in the market? That's it for these socials.
All right, excellent. And our feature story for today, Eamon?
Our featured story is definitely AMD. We've been talking a lot about AMD today, right?
Yeah, that's AMD,
It's
Yeah.
everything. It's just AMD, exactly. I mean, because AMD wasn't just a beat. It wasn't just a beat. They reported 1.37 in EPS versus the 1.29 expected. I mean, it doesn't seem that much, but that's a lot, right? The revenue over $10.2 billion, and most importantly, the data center revenue above 57%. And I think investors they look at AMD and they're saying that this is no longer just an AI participation; it's like a real AI challenger, right? AMD is just ripping higher. Now the stock did not move 15% after hours because of first quarter. Like we said, the real catalyst is guidance. AMD guided that the second quarter will be around $11.2 billion versus the expected $10.5 billion, and that's massive beat on forward expectations. And remember that this stock already came into earnings after a huge run. A lot of stocks, when they come into earnings after a huge run, they end up selling off. But AMD came into earnings after a huge run and it also spiked even higher. So the market just reacted, I would say, unexpectedly because I did not expect this big of pop up. I knew that this is a good season for AI stocks, but not that much. And like I said, Lisa Su sounded so confident on the call. She said that AMD now has increasing confidence in reaching tens of billions in AI data center revenue next year and potentially exceeding their long-term growth targets. I mean, this is not defensive language, right? That's a CEO telling everyone that the market acceleration is continuing. Another important here is Intel, and Peter mentioned it. AMD and Intel now collaborating on a new instruction set for the CPUs. And this is important because the next phase of AI is not just about GPUs. Agentic AI and interference workloads, they work towards a good combination of CPUs and GPUs. And this creates completely different long-term setup than just the NVIDIA narrative that we've been hearing for the last 2 years. There is also the China wildcard, by the way, and it didn't come into play. AMD has been restricted from selling some AI GPUs into China, and if these export licenses they loosen up later this year, this will be a new upside catalyst that the market hasn't fully priced yet. That's it. This is a 4 hour feature story. I mean, I think we'll still hear a lot of AMD today.
Yep. Yep, I think so as well. Man, thank you, Eamon. And AMD again, the only one on my primary list right now. I'm sure I'm going to ask some more, but it is AMD, AMD, AMD. All right, let's let's take a look at let's take a look at some of the stuff that has not done so well, Peter. That's gapping down this morning, right? And there's a lot on here. Again, we mentioned earlier some of the stuff is oil related, right? As prices can come down, there's some kind of deal that's struck. You can see a lot of oil mining tickers on here, or drilling companies on here. So, but let's start with the first couple of 3 or so that are massively gapping down 30, 20, and 11% this morning. ATOM is the first on deck, friends, and this one here gapping down 30% this morning. 797,000 shares traded. The float on this one is 30 million. The first two you could tell here also lower float, 30 and 33 million shares float. So not a high float, Peter. Usually not something we'll look at, especially on a day like today where we got just so many other things to consider this morning.
Yeah, things have got to be pretty sad for you when you are an AI chip making tech company and you're gapping down on a day like today. So they had earnings. It did not go well. They missed their revenue. They missed earnings per share. They're losing money. Their sales are anemic. So Atomera here is a sort of a low float small company that they are not sharing in the glory. So it's just not going that well for Atom here. We've seen them before. The ticker sounds familiar. I can't remember ever looking at them in the past, but the ticker seems familiar. So I don't know, Carlos, like you said, gapping down this morning quite significantly, down 30%. $7 when it closed at 10.50 yesterday. Not going to trade it myself. But yeah, it's a sad day for them.
Yeah, could be a good trader. Fired. Yeah, someone's definitely getting fired. Could be a good trader if you like the news, if you like the ticker, or if you like stuff that's gapping down. Some people prefer to look at stuff that's gapping down. At least you have some stuff there that's on the way down there. But again, reminder, this is a low flow, so be careful. This one is also another low flow ticker at 33 million shares flow. TMDX. Not a whole lot of volume, only 233,000. They are down 20%, so pretty significant here. You can see on the daily, just getting a nice little drop. But again, the volume is just not there, and they normally do not do heavy volume at all. Like the highest we've seen since February is 2.6 million, right, in a couple of days here. But other than that, they're very light, like half of that for the most part. So it doesn't trade very well. Probably won't watch it, and also low flow. Just a lot of red flags for me on this one, Peter.
Yeah, this is TransMedics, a medical services company that does organ transplant and I guess donor transplants. Interesting. They're citing they basically had earnings and they missed their numbers. They're citing problems with what they call donor volatility. Basically, they don't have enough donors. So they're not able to do. You can't do a transplant if you don't have the organs. So I don't know exactly what that volatility. They're saying post COVID, a lot fewer people have agreed to be organ donors. So which is interesting. I didn't know there was a relation there, but you go to their website, they got these freaky they got these freaky graphics where they show their organ donor transport systems where they can transport heart, lungs, and livers, and they show them pumping away in these artificial containers that they've got. It's sort of neat, but also weird. Anyways, so I guess what I will say out of this is I'm not sure if this is a tradable opportunity, but sign your organ donor cards, everybody. Let's face it. If you're dead, you don't need them anymore. Give them to somebody who does. That's my opinion, anyways. But it's look, we need we need this type of company, right, to be able to get the organs safely from one place to another, right? Like it's good to go beyond take the heart out and put it in a cooler full of ice, right, and then hopefully to chopper it over somewhere quick. This allows them to basically allow transplanted organs to be transported longer distances more safely, and it's great technology. But yeah, it's you never know, because again, sign that organ donor card, be an organ donor. That's my opinion, because you know what, think about it. If you want to do it selfishly, think about it selfishly. Because if you're on the other end and you have a big problem and you need a transplant, you're going to be hoping other people did it right. So, anyways,
it's pretty
This is going to be the scariest part if the data gets leaked from here.
yeah.
Yeah, this is very impressive.
There you go, Carl. Isn't it weird to see that? Look at that.
Yeah, yeah.
Just pump it away in a machine here.
I know,
I mean,
man.
that's what they
It's
do,
weird.
but it's sort of weird. Anyways.
Yeah.
But that's what it is.
Yeah. Nice. All right, friends. So that's that company. Great stuff they're doing. Unfortunately, they don't look great for trading, though. So gonna keep them off the list. And today they're getting slammed this morning here. So good on them. Hopefully they're able to recover. It's a good thing they got going there. CPNG. CPNG is next. This one's down 11.8, 1.4 million shares traded. And as you can see here, we are dropping. We've seen this one before. We traded it before, or at least had it in our watches, because you can tell here there's a couple of levels that we've done that. We only do levels that we put in the primary list. So we definitely watched it before. I don't know if today's going to make the cut. It's got good volume, though. 1.4 million, down 12%. Something different than everything that's green in the screen this morning. The AMDs, the Teslas, and all the stuff out there. Tesla barely green, by the way. Does this have a chance, Peter, to make the cut?
No. We've looked at this in the past.
Peter's like, no.
No, it really doesn't. I mean, they're a company. They're a US based company, but they operate internationally. They do food delivery services. They run, sort of a basket of online applications, retail, and other delivery. They're suffering. Their numbers weren't great in this quarter. They're suffering from what they are calling, I love how companies make up terms to make things sound prettier, a data incident fallout. Basically, they lost a bunch of customer data. Do you remember that being in the news? Did you remember, Carlos, when we were talking about this? I showed one of their trucks with the tiny little wheels. Anyways, that was these guys. They had some problems in the quarter, extra costs because they lost a whole bunch of customer data. Well, it was stolen. They had a data breach, and that's caused them some problems. There's just too many things. I'm sticking with tech. While this is tech related, it's more of an online retailer, and I'm not interested personally.
Yeah. All right, let's take a look at what else, guys. Again, this Gappers list brought to you by tradingterminal.com. Friends, you can always head over there, get tools just like this one, Market Atlas, scanners, simulator. They're all available to you. Go ahead.
Is that Andrew? Is that Andrew
Where?
in the comments? He just asked if he could have my heart.
Yeah, that's him.
Sure.
Yeah, that's it.
All right.
Yeah.
Well,
unless
you
you
bet,
got
when I'm done with it, if you really want it, I mean, it's going to be more used than your parts because I've been around longer. But it's yours for the taking.
Yeah.
It might be a little whiskey soaked, but it's available when I'm dead.
Good.
I mean, I hope my parts go to a needy recipient. I'm happy with that because I'm done. Just make sure I'm dead. That's the only thing I ask. But but when I really am, then it's okay. As long as the brain is gone, take all the other parts and give them to whoever needs them.
There you go, friends. Kentucky Fried Chicken. You know what? I think wings and pizza. That's maybe some of the comments you're catching up. I think wings and pizza could be eating at any time of the day, so you can have wings for breakfast. Depends on the environment, the event. If you've been out all night doing some debauchery, and you're walking into some kind of fried wings, I think it works well.
Really? Here's a debate we always had in my house, Carlos, because my different family members feel differently. My kids feel differently about this. If you have cold pizza in the fridge and it's morning, morning time, okay? So you're gonna have a slice of pizza for breakfast. Let's just say that's what you're doing, man.
Okay.
For whatever reason. Do you heat it up or do you eat it cold?
Of course, you heat it up.
If you have a toaster, you got to have a right toaster. You can't put it in the mic.
Oven?
The nice toaster oven at 150 for 5 minutes. That'll do magic. Yeah, I'll heat it up. Yeah.
Okay.
Not microwaving it. They can't do that.
Well,
Who eats cold pizza?
I've eaten cold pizza.
My son likes the cold pizza,
but not out of the fridge though. Not out of the fridge.
See,
No.
look, we got a couple of people that say cold. My son was adamant.
Cold?
Yeah,
Who
no.
eats
No,
cold
you have
pizza?
a cold in the morning. In the morning, you just have cold pizza. He thinks it's awesome. That's the
No.
best thing to do. I'm like, no, man, you got to heat it up. Here's a
Yeah,
trick.
hit up.
If you want to heat up your pizza in the microwave, put in a little cup of water in the microwave with it, and then your pizza won't get all hard and cardboardy. It won't dry out.
Oh, look at that.
Peter with the life
fact.
hacks.
Yeah, fun fact of the day there. Yeah, no. Now again, if it's a night of debauchery and you don't got time to heat it up, yeah, you can have cold pizza. I have done it, but my preference is to put that thing in a nice little oven, warm it up a little bit, and you'll be good to go. Get that nice crispy cheese melted there. Yeah, that's the way to go.
I'm watching the comments. We got a lot of people. Cold pizza is great. You like cold. Other people, you got to heat it up. And then, you know what? Candy loves green. Candy always comes in with the right comment to put us back on balance. Pizza any way you can get it.
I love that.
You know what?
Yeah.
Good point. Pizza any way you can get it. That's sort of, you're correct. Debate over. All right, we can move on.
That's it. Absolutely. All right, friends. CPNG, I again, the more I look at it, I'm slightly interested. I like the gap down, man. I mean, I like the pre-market. Yeah, I like the volume. Slight interest. I'm not going to lie to you. And it's different. It's different than everything else. It's green and all-time highs. I'm tired of all-time highs. All-time highs getting old. You know, everything that's it. Like, it's over. It's played out. It's played out. The all-time highs, like, it's played out. We need something different. You know what? I might just add this to the secondary, Peter. I don't know. Let's see. Let's continue. Okay. All right. We'll do a few more here. Then we'll go to you, Peter, see what you like. RSI this morning. RSI. We are. Oh, this looks horrible. Why is this even on the list? This looks brutal. We might roll the garbage truck for this. It is down 9.9, 379,000 shares traded. But man, it looks messy. They got the right ticker. RSI. Yes, I do. All right. That's gonna give you a truck, man. That is just nasty.
We haven't seen the truck in so long.
Because everything is at all-time highs. Everything is good and nice and shiny, but this is horrible. Don't like what I'm seeing here at all, Peter.
No, and there's a good reason for that. This is a secondary offering. They're issuing 1.1 million shares at $26. So that's why the price is there, and we don't like secondaries for trading.
Yeah, not a thing. All right, for us. All right, let's stop here. Peter, as far as gapping down, what do you like? And after this, we'll go to Eamon for some fun facts of the day. But what else do you like gapping down this morning?
Well, Carlos, you're looking for something different. You don't like all-time highs. How about Upstart? It was next, actually, on our gap down list. UPST. They had earnings. That was last night. They had earnings. They slightly beat on revenue, but they missed their bottom line earnings per share. They did say that they're going to still hit their targets. They didn't increase them. The market always wants you to increase them, but at least they said they're going to hold the targets despite the slight miss. This is certainly one that's not at all-time highs. Just look at that daily, and they're gapping down almost 10% here this morning. Volume's a little lower, but if you want something that's not doing all-time highs, it's Upstart. You can also have Occidental Petroleum. You mentioned them in passing. We have a couple of oil companies here. With the anticipation of oil prices dropping, that would erode their margins. You can see they're moving down here again. I don't know. Like, we just heard so many times, it feels like we've got the same story with nothing moving right out of the White House. That no, the war is over, the strait's open, and then it's not. Neither has happened yet, despite the number of times it's been said. So what makes this time different? I'm not sure, but we'll see. I'm not holding my breath, but it's okay if it makes stocks move. Then you know what, you go and do whatever you're doing. Novartis is another one that Navitas, NVTS is another one that had earnings after the close yesterday. They beat revenue and missed on bottom line earnings. So I see they're gapping down about 4% on about 1 million shares of traded volume. So that's another one that's on my list. You know what? We could stop there. Fubo, we used to look at. They haven't traded well in a long time, so maybe they're not even worth looking at. Yeah, Carlos, you know what? I mean, like we keep saying, the targets are abound. I'm surprised your watch list is as light as it is. You put on whatever you want right there. I think, I'm sort of, I know it's on the gap up, but I sort of like SMCI. I mean, It's funny how it's gapping up 11%, but all of that happened right after the earnings. And just look at the chart from today alone. Like from the start of trading at 4 a.m., we have been going in one direction, and that direction is down. Right? Like now it's not heavy, but it's been a very, very steady slope downward. So it'll be interesting to see what SMCI does at the open. I actually don't know which way it's going to go, because don't forget, we're still gapping up almost 12%. But it's definitely been on a slide since that open. And AMD is sort of a similar picture, right? Although it did spike to its all-time high early this morning, just a few hours ago. So, but it's been moving down for 2 hours now. And those two, I think we've got to put an eye to. Anyway, so those are going to be my top ones. And you know what we haven't talked about? The stuff we used to talk about all the time. NVIDIA, right? Not even part of the conversation right now. We mention them because other people are partnering with them, but their stock has not been fun to trade. The last almost 2 weeks, it has not been fun to trade. And they've been overtaken by, I mean, I can't believe Intel is a more attractive stock to trade than NVIDIA. What's happening? Up is down and down is up, Carlos. I can't figure it out. Anyways, Tesla. Where's Tesla in our conversation? They used to be like an everyday thing. Now, it's not to say we don't still trade them. I still watch them every day, but they haven't been as energetic as they were. So
they're not front and center. They're not doing any headlines. They're not, shaking things up. But they're there. But I agree. I agree with you.
And then, you've got all of the sort of the Magnificent Seven stocks that at any given day they can move. None of them have much news today. So you've got Amazon and Google and Microsoft and, Apple and Meta. Now, there is some news on Meta, which is interesting, that might be worth looking at, Carlos, that they're going to be using their AI tools to analyze bone structure scanning to determine a user's age. So remember earlier this week, we talked about this lawsuit that's happening in New Mexico. So in New Mexico, they basically had a $375 million lawsuit go against them, where they said that they did not protect children enough and that they should have prevented them from accessing information. And then there's a second part of the lawsuit that could cause more damage. And then Meta came back and said, well, maybe we'll just stop doing business in New Mexico. We'll prevent users from using the app. Meta's been facing a lot of pressure internationally. There's been cases in Europe and Australia, most significantly, where they said they were not going to allow anybody under the age of 13 to use social media at all. And Meta said, okay, like if you want to do that, you have the right to set the laws. We're going to figure out how to maybe support that. And one of the ways they say they're going to do that is by analyzing your social media posts and your photos and potentially real-time data, where they won't take your profile. They're not like doing facial recognition. What they're going to do is say, based on your size, your bone density, your bone structure, we're going to guesstimate your age and prevent you from accessing certain functions or the tool altogether if we don't think you're old enough. Okay, I didn't know they could do that. Interesting, right? So it's sort of an interesting way to use their own technology. We'll see how that works. So that's an interesting way to use it. What I think is not so interesting a way, Carlos, is the AI story. Now, we've been talking AI because it's been moving the market. You guys know, I've been a little skeptical of AI for a long time. And this is me, right? I'm the grumpy old man on the lawn yelling, get off my lawn. And AI's definitely on my lawn. So, but what I found fascinating is that OpenAI had announced that they are introducing, or they've already introduced, their GPT 5.5, which is their latest iteration. And it's funny, as they evolve through these iterations, Carlos, people are getting very engaged. Like when they discontinued GPT 4.0, they actually had a letter writing campaign and people writing in to say, please don't eliminate it. We have developed a rapport with it. We like its personality and we're going to miss it. Don't kill it. Like, you're killing our friend. I'm like, what? Like, people are spending way too much time with their AI tools if they feel that way, in my opinion. However, what I find fascinating about this GPT 5.5 that they're releasing, which is replacing GPT 5.3, which is the default if you just go to to ChatGPT, by the way, and use their AI engine, is that it's going to reduce what they call hallucinations. specifically when you're asking medical, finance, and law questions. What is that? What are hallucinations? Basically, that's when AI makes up answers, right? That they just, I love it, how they sort of put a pseudo-technical term to it. We'll just call that hallucinations. So basically, it lies to you by aggregating data and then creating what it thinks is a good answer, but may be totally wrong and absolutely made up. So they don't say they're going to eliminate it. They just say the GPT 5.5 is going to reduce it. Now, again, as someone who's a little critical of AI, look, I think AI could be great. It could provide great benefit. But if we're saying we're going to allow it to hallucinate, but just a little less, shouldn't we be worried about that? Like, do you want somebody making medical conclusions off of, you know, these AI input that you think is trustworthy, but has known propensity for hallucination? You know, look, you make your own judgment, but you know, I'll take the old doctor who's using a clipboard for now. Thank you.
For now, yes.
So there you go. Anyways, that's the news
There
I
it
want to
is.
share. Okay. Oh, actually, one last piece of tech news I want to share with you guys. Yeah, get off my lawn. Carlos, if you got that last picture that I put up there, guys, what is this? Anybody know what this is? See if we can get this on the screen. The
which
ball
one was
thing.
this?
Have you got the?
Oh yeah, of course. Yeah.
Yeah.
I have no idea.
Anybody
what this
know
is.
what this is? Oh, well, then you're behind the times. Peter Thiel, one of the big investors, he's invested a lot of money in a lot of things, including OpenAI that we were just talking about. He's invested $140 million very recently in this. This is the Spaceballs. Yeah. This is an AI data center. Correct. See, look, Ben knew. This is an AI data center. So basically it uses the momentum, the motion of the ocean. Yeah, like some good old Barry White. You got to use the motion of the ocean, baby. And it uses it to generate power, which in turn powers an on-site AI data center. So this is like a self-contained self-powered AI data center. So, and apparently this is a US-based company out of Georgia, I think, if I recall. It's sort of weird, but or just not the place I would expect them to be based. But anyways, they are sorry, it's an Oregon-based company. So I guess maybe they're off the coast where Mike's got his house. Maybe you can see them floating out there. But yeah, so there you go. Maybe you're going to see these in an ocean near you. This is a floating AI data center that's self-powered. So
Awesome, man. All right, there you go. Friends, let's get to Eamon with some fun facts of the day. Let's continue there, and Eamon is going to let us know what's taking place, and then we'll finalize this list. I got a couple of tickers right now. I have AMD, SMCI, Intel, and a couple of low secondary stuff that I think can be interesting. So we'll see how we finalize this list. But Eamon, fun fact of the day, man. One of my favorite sessions of the show. What you got going on for today?
Awesome. Well, a bit more of tech facts. First of all, Micron just crossed $700 billion market cap after another huge mover higher yesterday. And think about how crazy this transformation has been. A year ago, Micron was viewed mostly as a semiconductor company tied to memory pricing cycles. Now it's one of the biggest AI infrastructure winners in the entire market, right? The stock is up 700% over the last year because AI models require massive amounts of memory and bandwidth to run efficiently, and maybe some water balls, or whatever it is. Anyway,
easy, Eamon. Easy, Eamon. Get it together.
I like the water ball.
Get it together.
That's actually an interesting one, right?
You guys are
Exactly.
joking about the space
I think.
but what I
Look
didn't
at that.
mention about
We
that
got we got Eamon blushing, man. Look at Eamon turning red there.
look, that's good.
Oh, come on, zoom out.
No, I'm not zooming out nothing.
Oh my god.
Those
Anyway.
those floating balls, those AI data centers, they actually transmit their data to a series of low Earth orbit satellites. So it is sort of space balls. At least they're transmitting into space. So
Yeah.
Well, they're balls. In
terminology is
short, they're
correct.
balls.
yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah. Anyways, all right, moving on.
Anyways, moving on. Today in history, May 6, 1937. The Hindenburg, right? Hindenburg airship caught fire while trying to land in New Jersey, killing 36 people. At that time, airships were seen as one of the most advanced technologies in transportation. People generally believed that
You need a different slide,
it was
Carlos.
the future. Yeah, I mean it's a different slide. I guess I just I updated the old one. But anyway,
Oh.
after that disaster, confidence collapsed almost overnight, and instead of airships dominating transportation, airplanes quietly became the real future. Not because they looked more impressive, but because they scaled better, moved faster, and ultimately proved to be more reliable, right? And that's a lesson that market has relearned constantly. The technology everyone assumes that will dominate forever does not always end up winning. Sometimes the challenger nobody took seriously become the real long-term leader. And again, go for today's example, AMD, right? So that's basically it. And I think the slide that was uploaded here is yesterday's. Yeah, this is yesterday's slide. I don't know why it's here. Probably I uploaded
Yeah,
the wrong
because
one. Maybe not.
we didn't. It
Oh
probably
yeah, it's
didn't
the wrong
update.
one.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. It's okay.
It's
It's
okay, it's
okay.
okay. I mean,
Uh,
anyway, the fact of the day is there, right? And the balls are there and everything is there. So with that, guys, I'll be leaving you with Peter and Carlos, and I'll be back here at 11 a.m.
All right.
Awesome,
Thanks,
hey man.
Damon, for sticking
Thanks so
around.
much,
We
brother.
appreciate
And
it.
yeah, we'll see you a little bit later. All right, friends. Let's go to you guys at 9:17. Running a little bit behind because it's just so much to cover. So much to cover this morning.
There is.
You know, we got our list here: AMD, SMCI, Intel, HUT, GLW, CPNG on the bottom. The gappers list from Trading Terminal is full. I mean, you name it. Throw a dart in here. You could probably find something you could trade today. Uber, Disney. I mean, there's just so much we haven't even talked about. You know, we mentioned Disney briefly. Disney's also in play today. You know, this could be one that you can look at. Uber is also up 6% this morning as well. Another one that you can trade. It's just too many. We can't add everything. There with so much that we got going on this morning. So your list today could look completely different. I don't even have MU on the list, and MU is also up 4%, 3.5 million. Their daily looks so clean. I mean, just look how beautiful this looks. But yeah, just so much going on. All right, let's go to you guys. Let's see what you guys like. Let's pick a few, maybe a couple. Mo, we'll start with you. CRWV, something we have not looked at today. They're up 3.8 this morning, 1.4 million shares traded with a beautiful daily breakout happening this morning. You know, this actually does look better than some of my secondary stuff I have on here. So I'm going to add to the secondary. I do like when CRWV trades well. So we've seen that trade very well in the past. I'm just going to go ahead and add that there. But yeah, I like the pre-market action here, and I do like this ticker quite a bit. So CRWV, we'll put that on there. Next, we have Oklo. We've been talking about Oklo quite a bit in the last couple of days. Today, nice breakout, 4.5. 1.3 million shares traded. Peter, I know you brought this up a couple of times in the last few trading days. What's your thoughts on it? Do you like it this morning?
Yeah, Oklo has been an interesting trader over time. There certainly has been opportunity on it. Not so much recently, though. I keep hoping that it's going to give trading opportunity. Again, on a day like today with so much happening, I no, like I don't have enough bandwidth to pay attention to it. So, yeah, I don't think so. I mean, I see it's got some decent volume at 1.4 million. It's a nicey stock, though. I don't see it going very far today. Yeah, no, I'm not gonna spend any bandwidth, I guess, watching it.
Yeah, I got you there. Other ones being mentioned here, American Airlines. I know, man. American Airlines up 4.4. I see it here. Yep, and it's probably going to go higher, as high as 13.49. As far as day trading though, I don't like it. I think there's better things to look at. But obviously, airlines doing well with the possible deal being made or talked about. United Airlines and some other ones are doing pretty nice. CCL also doing very well. If you pass by Newark Airport, you see all the Spirit Airlines, all the Spirit jet planes. The Airbuses are all lined up. They got 5 parked against the wall, and they got another 2 down by the FedEx hangar. I mean, just can't miss them. Nice, bright and yellow being parked there. So that's obviously business that's got to go somewhere. And I'm sure United is going to grab some of that. American Airlines and some of these other carriers will grab some of that business. So good for them. Plus oil going down. I think these airlines are in a good position to to have a nice rally in the near future if the oil thing gets resolved. We got to get that resolved first. What else? I keep getting like a connection not connected. What is that? Is that me? You getting like some kind of beeping sound. Okay, we'll have to figure that out. All right, do you guys hear that? Or is it just me, Peter? Do you hear like the?
I don't.
Yeah,
I thought I heard like one or two little beeps, but no.
Yeah,
Not it.
I'm not sure why that's happened. Hopefully, nothing is breaking down. All right. So yeah, friends. Hopefully,
it's
everything
not like
is
a
intact.
fire alarm or anything, is it?
No, it's just in my headphones. Like, you know, when you connect the
Okay.
USB and disconnect the USB, I'm getting that sound.
Okay.
So I don't know what is bouncing around there. All right, let's take a look at what's happening in our community, friends. You can always head over to bearwithtraders.com so you can see the latest and greatest. Go ahead and click on that webinars tab right over here, and you can see what's happening in our community, what's scheduled, who's doing what topics are we talking about. Today is beautiful Wednesday. Let's take a look at what is in our community for today.
Yeah, so like you said, Wisdom Wednesday, we like to talk psychology because it is a cornerstone of efficient trading over time. And if you really don't focus on it, you're going to have struggles. So we strongly recommend that you do pay attention. Tonight, we've got our signature webinar happening at 8 p.m. Dr. Kenneth Reed's going to be leading that in the Bear Bull Trading webinar room. That's for all of our elite members. Hopefully you'll join. He's going to talk about how you can overcome inconsistency. And let's face it, we've all been there. We all understand what inconsistency feels like. What many of us don't know is how to manage it. So he's going to help with that, give you some suggestions as to how you can do better with it. And once again, 8 o'clock, hopefully you will look at attending. If you want to join the Bear Bull Trading community, then we would wholeheartedly welcome you. Hopefully, you would consider it. Go to bearbulltraders.com. You can take a look at the website and find out how to join using one of our 3 membership options there. Pick the one that's right for you, and we can see you in the chat room sometime soon. All right. Levels, Carlos. I'm feeling the pressure of getting to this open. You can tell I'm super excited today. I'm all high energy.
Yeah, it's all good, man. It's all good. We're definitely going to make it happen today. I'm just typing in my tickers here, CPNG. Give me a second, and we'll get going. CRWV. Excellent. All right. So on my list right now, just 3, AMD, SMCI, and Intel. Just because I'm just overloaded with stuff I want to watch, and I can't watch everything, so I just got these 3 on here. But I will add, let's be a little more less picky. Let's add NVIDIA, and I will add Tesla for now. I mean, it is what it is. And I do have Disney and Uber. They're not listed on my banner down there, but they are on deck as well. All right, let's go to AMD. Very easy levels here, guys. Nothing to stress about. High of the pre-market, all-time highs, 432.49. So slam that there. The low of the pre-market is being created right now. So is it dropping some more? We'll mark it at 404.75. That is your low of your pre-market at the moment. And then you're in your own little island up here with AMD. All the levels are down to 360. So pretty easy peasy on that one. Move on to the next one. SMCI, high of the pre-market here is going to be 33.36, and the low is going to be down at 30.89. Once you do that, you can see also on the daily how well those levels are playing out, right? Clearly an area of support and resistance across the board here. We do have a level smack in the middle as well, 32.15. You want to mark that there towards the top, high of the pre-market, above the high of the pre-market. 34.87 looks good, and then towards the bottom, a big level, man, 29.82. I think that's going to do it for SMCI here. Looks good this morning. Love the volume. Love the sell-off after still up 11.9, but I love the sell-off that's happening here. Intel, guys, 117 is your high, your all-time highs, your pre-market high, you name it. I mean, wow, what a move here on Intel. Low of the pre-market, 110.51. We do have a daily level. This is yesterday's high right on here, right? So we are set right here. Yesterday's high, so we are set when it comes to that. If you look at the levels here, sitting all-time highs, everything is covered. Do not need to add anything else on Intel. Just the high of your pre-market, and everything else is set for you. So pretty easy there as well. NVIDIA, just again, they managed to break out, but they have been a tough trader. But it is NVIDIA. You gotta watch them. You never know when they're gonna pull some really great moves here, give us a good opportunity. The last couple of week or two have been a little bit tougher, But let's see what they do today. High of the pre-market this morning, 202.70. The low is down at 196.33, just below the previous day close at 196.55. So we're not going to worry too much about marking that there. There is a level right in here that's worth marking. It's 199.07. You can see how many daily are smacking into that level. We definitely want to have that down. And then above the pre-market high, you got kind of like this big gap up. It doesn't like this area, clearly. Every time it comes in here, either goes higher or below it. But 207.70, the next big level that we have some support on NVIDIA. Towards the bottom, in case we do go red for whatever reason, 190.86 is the next big level I see. But it's a lot going on here, guys. Support, resistance on NVIDIA. And right now, we're stuck within all these levels. Let's see, there's some kind of breakout setting up for NVIDIA. NVIDIA is priced to perfection. It really is. I mean, with all the good news, all the partnering, all the this, all the that, all-time highs, it is just sticking with the price that is at it. So it's just priced to perfection. At least the market feels that way at the moment. Here's Tesla. Actually, not a bad. I know they're in the shadows, but not a bad pre-market activity. Look at the movement into green, back into red. This is moving a whole lot. You know, it's just being overshadowed by AI and everything else. 392.84, the high of the pre-market, the low 386.39. We'll mark those two, and once you do that, you can see here on the daily, which is surrounded by a lot of the highs and lows for the last two trading days, previous day close. I'm also going to mark down 381.99 in case we go lower, and just in case the wheels fall off, we're going to mark down 375.51, just in case we really hit the deck here and start heading lower. I don't think that's the case today, given the way the market is trading, but you never know, and we are ready for it. Friends, if you haven't done so already, hit that thumbs up over on YouTube. I think we're at the all-time low of like 205 likes. We'd love to be a lot more higher, so if you can help us there, 204 actually. So if you can help us, we really appreciate it. Peter is not at his desk. He's gone. He was a good man, but he'll be back shortly here to tell us what his plan is for today as we get ready for this market open. Joe, good morning to you, my friend over on YouTube. Cool Deep, good morning. Dan, welcome. Good morning to you. Sade, good to see you, my friend. Robert in chat. A bunch of our members. Our Patron also in the house. Welcome, guys, over on YouTube, on X. Good to have all you guys there. Peter, what do you like this morning? Quick recap of maybe what our team is watching. The moderators are trading.
Yeah, we just have, again, so much to watch. All right, let's go and see what the moderators in the Bearable chat room are looking at. Eamon, well, he was here with us. He's going to be watching AMD and Netflix. We didn't even talk about Netflix, but it's something that's on his list. Jared is going to be watching AMD, Micron, and SanDisk. Brian is watching AMD, NVIDIA, SMCI, and Tesla. He's back from his travels, and he's about to trade live with our Bearable Trading community. Andrew, who's also there, is going to be watching SMCI, NVIDIA, AMD, Hood, Micron, and Intel. So very semiconductor heavy. Mike is going to be watching AMD and Micron. Gary, he's just watching AMD. Kyle is going to be watching SMCI, AMD, Intel, and American Airlines. So we got a whole bunch of stuff. I mean, for my side, I think, as I already said, I got to watch AMD. I'm going to put an eye to SMCI. There's just too many candidates. SanDisk is just fascinating to watch, but I don't really trade it. So, I'll watch SanDisk just because it's like watching I don't know what it's like watching. It's like watching just an amazing show. We'll just see where it goes. It's now approaching a $1,500 stock. In fact, it hit a $1,500 level pre-market. So, this is just all craziness, Carlos. So yeah, pick whatever you guys want. I mean, you've got to have at least one semiconductor, in my opinion, on the list. Pick the one that you like best. Let's watch it together. We'll see what happens. I'll let you know if anything happens with AMD or SMCI because they're top of my list. And we are now moments away from this market open. So let's go, baby. 25 seconds here.
There it is, friends. Peterson, good morning. Alex Band, good morning to you. Tommy Guns, welcome. Juan Cruz Redondo, welcome to you, man. Love the name, the bottleneck calculator. Very nice. Welcome, guys. All right, 8 seconds. Here we go, friends. At the top of the list, AMD for sure. We'll be eyeing down, but Tesla's making some moves here. As the bell rings, Tesla heading lower. Yeah. So we'll see where things go here. All right. Let's see where the action is, baby.
We are active here. Pop it up a little bit on AMD. Where's the volume on AMD? Oh, the volume is definitely lower though. This is
NVIDIA
where are we
doing
going?
some
Where's
stuff.
the market going?
NVIDIA.
Where are we going? God, it's just like this thing could pop.
SMCI doing some stuff. Looking for that
Oh
1
my
minute
God.
engulfing breakout. See if we can find a good one here. Disney also in
I
play,
saw.
guys.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I don't know, Carlos. I so much want to short AMD, but I feel like it's a super high risk thing to do. And you just look
Yeah.
at it, it could pop $7,
Oh,
like
yeah.
without right in
Without
the
thinking.
second here. Yeah, just I can't manage that risk. So I'm gonna wait. It would actually be good if it popped up $7. See, here we go. Here's $4. Here's $5, $6, $7. There you go. Look at that.
Yeah.
$7 pop, just like
Would have made
that.
$7, just like that. Yeah. Absolutely.
If you'd been long, yeah. So
Give me
I don't
what
think
I
AMD's
need.
a long-term upward runner though. So
Yeah, it's gonna be a little bit crazy here. NVIDIA here. It did a 1 minute engulfing, but below the V up like this, I'm not a big fan of it. Intel doing some stuff. SMCI was pushing higher. Yeah, SMCI did break out. Beautiful 1 minute ORB on SMCI. Look at that candle. You got $2 in there. Oh, very nice. Very nice, very nice. Oh, it's not done. Not done, not done. All right, AMD pushing. Wow, AMD, man. Almost $10 from the open here. Look at it go. Up 18%. Intel looks interesting. It's hard shorting these strong stocks today.
oh my God.
What's up, Peter? What happened?
Oh,
Hopefully
I tried to
all
go
is
short AMD and I just got punished.
Oh no.
I just got punished. So
Oh yeah, AMD's it's brutal right now. Oh,
AMD, look at this thing go, man.
To the moon, man. To the
Crazy.
moon.
Yeah.
Yeah, these stocks are just
Wow, I should have gone long, obviously.
parabolic. Yep. They're just wild right now. All right, friends, nothing for me yet. Just checking some of these tickers here. CPNG doing something now. CoreWeave also moving higher this morning, breaking through the view up there. Let's see, a minute 5. I'm looking for a 5-minute RB now. So, see if we got any good 5-minute RBs.
That Atlas really reversed. The market Atlas, I forgot to keep an eye on it, and look at it, it reversed.
It's all bullish.
And now it's looking very bullish, yeah.
Yeah, it is all bullish here. All right, friends. AMD doing some stuff. SMCI. Wow, nasty drop on SMCI. $1+ there on that last candle. It's not nice. AMD will be interesting to see what it does here. Coming up on the 5-minute mark in just a couple of seconds. I'll be looking for that 5-minute RB. SMCI really changing direction. So let's pull this up on Market Atlas. There could be a play here. What is this fake out that we're getting? It is up 15% here, but it seems to... Wow, what a rejection we're getting. Look at the 5-minute on this thing. 15 seconds for this candle to close. 10 now. Let's see here. But Market Atlas looks very bullish though. So it's not aligning with what I'm thinking here for a possible short at the moment. Right? That could change, but at the moment it's not aligning SMCI. I do like the short setup for 5-minute RB breakdown on SMCI here, guys. I'm gonna take a short, guys. Short SMCI I know level 2 looks a little bit better. We'd love to get 30.89. Stop loss 32.15. So we'll give it some room. Oh, it's trading so bad. That is not clean trading on SMCI. Look at the way it's moving. You see that? It's just like, what's the spread on this thing? I should have checked the spread actually. No, it's a tight spread. It's actually pretty tight. I don't know. It just seems to me like it's trading very weird. Level 2 is actually not too heavy in my favor, so I got to be careful. We might hit our stop very quickly here because this actually looks bullish. So here we are, 32.15. We'll jump out of this thing if we can't get lower. We're looking for that 39.89 or lower. Let's see if SMCI can get it done. GLW, what is it doing? Is it flying? This thing was up 18% earlier. Yeah, it's gonna stop me out. It looks too bullish on the level 2. 32.15 is my stop here, guys, on SMCI. Let's see if we can stay below the VWAP. But it looks so bullish. Yeah, a little bit of the bids building up. I don't think it's enough to pull it down, at least not right now. Let's see if this candle can go red. $32.15. Wow, we're right on it. Yeah. Oh, wow. We came right to it. Oh, man. It's trying, guys. We're trying. It came right to it. It's really trying to hold the line.
What are you
here,
What are you trading? Sorry, I was.
I'm trading on SMCI, but I just got stopped out. Like we almost had it, but no, we just got stopped out. 32.15. But we'll keep an eye on that one, man. We'll keep an eye on that. We'll come back to that. Wow, AMD 19%. This is crazy. You hear these numbers on low flow tickers.
Yeah.
Not AMD, but wow. SMCI. I like the 5-minute SMCI. Look at this engulfing pattern. I hate shorting strong stocks, but look at this engulfing pattern on SMCI. I'm sorry, on Intel. In Intel, just looking at level 2. Like the engulfing pattern on it. Does look a little bit bearish, actually a lot bearish compared to everything else. I'm just not comfortable shorting this such a stock like Intel. It is such a strong stock. Oh no, this is actually could be good. What's the stop here? I'm thinking Intel short, but man, the stop has to be like $2.50 on this thing. We could take less shares, obviously, but that is a big stop. All right. What else? AMD slowing down. SMCI going green, actually. So the 5-minute breakdown did not happen here. It had a beautiful 5-minute ORB and a nice, selling pressure here. It just didn't continue towards the downside on SMCI. Intel, glad that it's short this thing. It's just very difficult to short these strong stocks. Even when they're giving you the actual pattern to the downside, it's just very difficult. But Intel does look a little bit on the heavy side.
Intel?
All right.
Where's Intel?
Intel, yeah.
Here's Intel, yeah.
It looks a little bit on the heavier side towards that 109 and lower, but can't get in front of this freight train right now when it comes to AMDs and NVIDIAs. They're just the talk of the town right now. GLW did lose some ground. Wow, it dropped quickly here, guys. So back down. This one, careful with the share size on this thing. It can move quite a bit. Spread is 70 cents if you do decide to trade this one. As high as 70 is what I'm seeing right now. Oh, this was a better 5-minute engulfing. Much cleaner than this one here. I wasn't watching it closely. I did like the pre-market action on this one. We normally don't watch this stock, but the pre-market action on this was really good today. That's why we put it on deck. They have some good news as well. Yeah. Level 2 doesn't have a lot. No, not yet, not yet. Rigetti's doing something. We'll look at it in a second. Oh no, maybe it is yet. Oh crap, that was the pullback on GLW. No, look at that, man. I was thinking about it. I was like very close, Peter. I was very close on this and did not pull the trigger.
You know what the sign says, Carlos?
Take the damn trade, man. Why did I pull the trigger on this? I saw it coming, it's setting up and everything. I mean, the level 2 looked good. Didn't have a lot on it, but looked bearish. Got the 5-minute engulfing, got the pullback to the VWAP. You got everything happening here. You're up 14%, but this thing might give some back. It might just come back towards that 178-ish. Let me stop looking at it. Look at something else. SMCI, what else we have? SMCI actually did push higher, didn't sell off. Intel back up. Glad they didn't take this short. It says you can't short these things right now. You cannot short these things. Tesla. Look at Tesla banging his head against the previous day close, trying to go green here.
It is.
So it's trying to make a move. Hut, nothing. GLW. Tons of bids to 182. You know, I'm probably trying to scalp on this. Because I'm probably gonna scalp GLP, man. Yeah, quick scalp on GLP towards 182. Let's see if I can do it. Real tight stop on 186. I think this is gonna go lower. Let's see if we can. Now it's a scalp now because I should have been up here with a stop of like 190. So I'm just trying to get a quick move to like 182. There's tons of bids down there too. Let's see if we can get it. Let's see. It's got to happen quick or I got to be out. Let's see. 182. Come on. Give me the cushion. Drop, drop, drop. Give me a cushion from my entry. It's taking too long. You're taking too long, GLW. GLW. You're taking too long. 186 will have to be out. We can't hold to the VWAP. That would have been the smart thing to get in here earlier. Oh boy. I think it's still short. So reason I'm in it because I think it's really a short. Heavy. Not that I'm in heavy. I think it's a short. Like, I really think it's a short. I heavily think it's a short. With the way everything looks here. It looks so clean. I'm so upset I didn't get this at 188, 187. Because by here I would have been partialing already. Quite a few partials. All right, so I'm short now. Let's see. I just want to get to 182. 182, this would be a nice trade. Can't expect to get much more out of it because I got a scalp entry. It's a scalp entry. This is not an entry of a play. This is a scalp entry where you're expecting to get the move very quickly. So let's see.
Here we go.
AMD.
AMD is getting this move to 430. Sorry, where all the big orders were hanging out. See if it can take out the 430. Didn't quite get there.
It's really trying.
This is crazy. Crazy stuff.
So here's what I'm looking at, friends, too. I'm trying to get down to this 182. This 26,000 there. It's just struggling with this 183 right now. It's having a hard time selling down from that. And I wanted this to happen very quickly, so I'm getting a little bit impatient. We're not breaking lower. But there's no orders towards the top at the moment. On GLW. So let's see. 185 coming up against me. Trying to drop again. Hopefully we can get more sellers in here. Wow, this is trading pretty wild. And that's because of lack of volume. When you have these stocks that don't have great volume, they can move, but the price action is just very jumpy. And we're seeing that right now. So we're back down. See if we can make a new low. This will be it on GLW. AMD pulling back a little bit, I see, from 430.
Yeah, I'm short from the
You're
all-time
short?
high. That's what I do. I'm short from
Very
430.
nice.
I
Look
actually
at you,
added
man.
as it I added as it dropped, and I just took a partial.
My man.
This
Quietly
is a-
printing money in the background there.
well, I actually have to make back for the original really bad trade that I had that I lost
Yeah.
some money on. So,
Gotcha.
we'll see. I'm hoping to get the VWAP down to 420. That would be a good. Well,
Yeah.
my average, that would make it an $8 move on average for me, but. Well,
Man, this would have been such a great trade, guys. Should have stuck to my guns. Hey, coulda, woulda, shoulda. That's what can you do? Coulda, woulda, shoulda.
Yeah.
But we would have been in here. 87, 187.50. Down at 182 if we can get there. 182 will make this trade really nice. But we're struggling to find the drop here. 183 is holding pretty tight. There it is. Come on. Get the momentum. Flush down. You could do it. You could do it. Now it's a good time. Go. Go. Just go.
Here's my image of my trade so far, Carlos, in case you want to share it. But hopefully we can go lower.
Very nice. Very nice.
I got in right at the high at 430. Added, took a quick partial. Now I'm counting on a move lower. You can see my average is just over 428. So as long as we go back to 428, hopefully ride this thing lower.
Oh, it's beautiful, man. Beautiful. And I'm here pushing for 182.
421.
Let's go, Corning. Corning. There it is. Give me that drop. 182.
There we go. Okay. Taking another partial here.
Oh. Yes. Okay. All is forgiven on this scalping trade. So partial here, guys, just below 182 on CLW. And Peter, you are... Is your screen updating? Oh, that's a screenshot.
That's just a screenshot.
Okay,
I trade on my other computer, so I'm just sending.
No, I hear you. Okay, gotcha. I'm like, wait a minute, why is we're not moving lower there? But I got you. AMD dropping some more. Beautiful, man. All right, GLD, a beautiful drop here. And again, thank you, Market Atlas. We appreciate your services here. Showing us a big giant order at 182 with nothing else up here. Now we're starting to build some more orders to the top side, so you got to be a little bit careful because with the lack of volume, this thing can shoot up pretty quickly. But man, it was a beautiful setup, guys. From the 5-minute ORB is what I wanted to trade. Engulfing pattern here. Unfortunately, we missed our cue. That was the entry, would have been here for that engulfing. So we took a first scalp based on the level 2 information of Market Atlas here, 182 being a heavy spot. We got there, and there's more orders building lower now. 181 is also building, so let's hope that we can continue the momentum on GLW and AMD. Peter, oh baby, AMD's giving it back here. Give me some back. Look at that. 418. Can we get there?
Yeah,
It's
we
not
can
easy
hope
to
so.
short these strong stocks, I tell you. These stocks,
Here
I mean,
we
they're
go.
up 16. AMD up 17%. Not easy shorting these stocks that are doing well for the day.
Okay.
Same thing with GLW,
So
up 12%.
yeah, I actually can show you. I'm gonna take another screenshot here.
Yeah.
Let me send it to you, or I'll post it here.
Sending a Telegram.
I'm just posting it on my shared screen because you can see
Okay.
I had an earlier trade where I tried to short it and then I got a partial and then stopped out at break even, and then then there's this one where you can tell I'm back in. I'm shorting, taking partials on the way down, so it's going very well so far on this trade.
Nice.
Now, if you zoom out right at the open, I had a loss right at the open because I actually went short at the VWAP, and then this thing just spiked against me, and I got a pretty big loss. Actually, it exceeded my risk parameters because the spread was so high, right? Like it jumped. I don't know what it was, like $4 in a matter of seconds. So
yeah,
it was farther than I was hoping to risk. So, which is unfortunate for me, but sometimes it is what it is. So.
All right, GLW right just above my entry. Looking at the level 2 is going to bring this stock back down, but seems like it wants to. There's still a lot of heavy bids, but man, it's pulling back on us here quite a bit on GLW. I don't believe your pullback based on the data, but what I believe will actually happens are two different things. All right, excellent. Carlos' screen is frozen. No, it's not frozen. No, that was a screenshot. So when I was showing you this from Peter, it's a screenshot. It's not a live chart, so it's not moving. But this one is. So that's what it is, Mehdi. Thank you, sir. Yes, we took some off here. I'm looking to see if we're gonna get some more out of this. Level 2 is telling me, hey, we should go lower, but it's we're starting to get orders building up above 185, 187. So that's not good. They weren't there before, but now that we have dropped, we are starting to get some more bids up there. So that's not gonna help my costs.
I actually added into my short at the VWAP, and I'm going to take another partial here. I'm going to take off some of what I added.
Nice.
So,
let's see what else we got here. AMD, very good. Wow, AMD, what a beautiful drop, man. Great trade, Peter. That is awesome.
Can't be
also dropping as
well. Can't be afraid of the all-time highs. I actually like all-time highs for a short because you see how many times they bounce off of it. And AMD, actually, the Atlas helped me out a lot because there was this giant order, 100,000 shares telegraphed, sitting right at $430, but absolutely nothing above it, right? And that's often a sign that maybe that's the peak. Now, there was a risk. This thing could have popped up on me, and I would have accepted the stop out. But that's why I added. I was in small size. I added when it looked like it was holding. I added on the way down, and allowed me to get this good move. So, if it didn't work, I just get stopped out quickly, usually at a break even. If it does work, then you get a great move like this. And this is like, well, it's made back my losses, which is good. So this is like now it's I don't know, I'd have to calculate it. Not including the unrealized, I think I'm at a 5R trade. So it's pretty good.
Nice.
I mean,
yeah, the market is not helping my short here. Look at the market just rally higher. We're trying to go lower, Spy. What are you doing? We're trying to head lower. Look at the Spy. He's trying to break out, making a new high. That's not helping us. Yeah, a lot of things moving higher. Just the overall market taking a move higher here. Looking at my trade. Let's see if we can hold the line here, stay below this 185, hopefully. But this upwards momentum is not going to help here at all. All right, what else? What else? CPNG, core weave. We got in core weave. Not much. Intel sideways. SMCI. That was our first trade. Nothing. AMD. Oh, AMD is putting a nice VWAP breakdown. Again, hard to trade these, all-time high stocks here, but looks like a nice VWAP breakdown. I know you added here already, Peter, but that's a nice VWAP breakdown there.
I posted an update so you can see the sort of the current status.
Very nice.
I'm thinking of taking some more off here now that we're at 415. See if we can get below 415, and I'll take some more off.
Yeah.
I don't want to over partial, but I'm gonna take a partial there.
Yeah, it's a nice drop, man. That is a nice drop. I'm sorry, GLW trying to stay below 183, 184 now, so it's good. I think we'll get a lower drop here on GLW. I just don't know if we're gonna get back to that 182, man. I think it's struggling to get down there. It really is. And the longer we stay here, the more
My God,
the more guts the buyers get to go higher.
$10 to the good, Carlos, on this, and that's with my
awesome, man.
what's with my ad. I'm $10 to good with my ad. My original entry would have me about $14. $14 into this trade per share. So I don't normally get $14 moves.
No, that doesn't happen. And not on AMD. That normally does not happen. Not on anything, but definitely not on AMD. I mean,
not on AMD for sure. So look at this.
Things have changed.
Loving it.
Yes. All right. We might have to get out of GLD.
Right, Andrew? Who's the master now?
Is he live? Is he trading today, or was he able to connect?
Yeah. He's using the chat room.
Nice.
He's trading live. He went long on a couple things. I think he was he had a long on SMCI right at the open. He did trade AMD long too, I think, if I was hearing correctly. I know currently I think he's in Tesla.
We are out.
He had a long with a couple partials. No, I think he's out of Tesla now. So this is awesome. Awesome.
Beautiful, man. Out on GLD, guys, is just going higher. I think it's not gonna last long, but I can't afford to give more of the profits back on the winning trade. So we got to get out here. I think it's gonna drop back because again, it's just level 2 looks great for that, but we can't stick around for that. Man, AMD would have been a nice VWAP breakdown. That looks good. SMCI, nothing here, sideways. Intel, what else can we trade? NVIDIA. Look at NVIDIA go. That's awesome.
Taking another partial here on AMD.
Look at Tesla coming back down.
You know what I did though, Carlos? I have to admit, I took a revenge trade on Tesla because I was angry. I was frustrated with my initial loss on AMD. And I tried to take a revenge trade on Tesla. And, I'm short biased. So I thought, maybe it's going to bounce off of the VWAP and go short. It was not a mature trade. It was a very emotional trade. And I lost money on it. And I'm upset about because it was completely unnecessary. There was no justification. There was no trade strategy.
Yeah.
It was a complete revenge trade. And I just threw away some money on that. There was no need for it.
It definitely happens.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable. So AMD, because I would have, again, I would have, it's so glorious with all of this opportunity that,
What's next, friends? Apple. You guys are called. Oh, look at Apple, man. The Apple, yeah, good stuff there on Apple as well. Nice engulfing on the 5 minute. Apple does this a lot. Like if you look at the Apple's opens, they love this engulfing breakout. We've seen that plenty of times out of Apple, right? Quietly to do their thing there. So that's a nice breakout. You can see it right above the VWAP, just excellent. Some good hive days. I won't be surprised if we don't get some, because I know John watches this trade a lot. I won't be surprised if you trade hive day on Apple. Will not shock me towards that previous day close. So we'll get some trades from him a little bit later, see what the team did there. And we'll see how that's looking. GL, this is going to go lower. I know this is going to go low. I'm not going to get back in it because I think the volume's just too low now. It's just getting lower and lower. We're going to come back. This thing is going to be at 170. I know it. 170 here. You mark my word somewhere. Tesla. Yeah, I don't see anything else, guys, that we can trade now. That's near the VWAP. Intel's going lower. Ooh, Intel's going lower. Okay. Look at the bids just piling in.
Here's my full trade history on AMD. Just giving you the full picture for everybody. Oh, look at this. We're $15. 15 bucks man. To the good on this. 410. I'm gonna actually take this trade all off at 410, and I'll look at getting back in if it pulls back, because I think at 410 that's where I see again, sort of like we saw at the top side. I see all these orders at 410, but not a lot below it. So
let me show you what you're talking about. AMD. Yeah, man, I see it. I don't know though. Maybe yeah, you could be right. You also have 411 starting to build pretty nice as well. But yeah, 410 has 20,000. Yeah, just never know when that turnaround point is going to be. But there's definitely some weakness right now. Even Intel is dropping a little bit. NVIDIA, not so much.
I'm taking it all off. This is it's just too good. It's too good. I'm taking it off. I think AMD is going to bounce here.
What's MU up to? We didn't even look at MU today. What's MU doing? Oh, another one that's selling off as well. Yeah, selling off at the moment.
MU selling off a little bit. And Candy, yeah, I've got better at more quickly recognizing what I need to, when I've got these emotional trades. Unfortunately, it didn't stop me from taking it to begin with, but at least I can admit that I made a mistake. So maybe I was too hasty on AMD. Look at this. It's back down to 410.
Yeah. Everything's selling off, man. 404 looks good to me. 404 on AMD. You watch. People want some profit taking. So but follow the plan. Follow your plan.
Yeah. If we get a bounce back to the VWAP, then maybe I'll get back into this for another short. But for now, I'm all out.
Yeah.
Took my money and run. You gotta take that opportunity. I mean, when you're $15 to the good, including your ad, you're just like, I'm like, how much is enough? Oh, look at this. So here's the 410
look
mark.
At Intel. Yeah, this is going down, man. People are dropping these things. Look at Intel too. It's probably gonna go to the low of the day. Oh man. GLD. Do I get back in this? What's the strategy? What's the strategy besides? I have a gut feeling it's gonna go down to 170. What is the strategy? GLD. I'm sorry, GLW. Excuse me, guys. GLW. Friends, if you haven't done so already, hit that thumbs up over on YouTube. 317 likes is what I have. Thank you so much, guys. Really appreciate all your support and being with us here this morning as we trade live for you guys. Prepare every single morning. We're live Monday through. Oh, damn. We're live Monday through Friday. We're live Monday through Friday. We're live Monday through Friday. I'm just looking at this trade. I want to get in so bad, but I'm trying to be disciplined. But man, I want to get in this trade so bad. I'm telling you.
Which one?
That one right there. The one hitting a new low right now, going to 170. Oh, okay. My goodness, Carlos. What are you doing for a living, huh? Watching trades go past?
What are you doing for a living? You're wasting your life.
Oh, my goodness.
Okay, well, all out of this trade on AMD.
Oh man, it's gonna go. Yeah, there it is. New low. Just going down to 170 without me. It's okay. Tesla, we'll check. Yeah, let's check Tesla. Let's get our eyes off of this thing. Tesla here right now. I mean, it looks Atlas wise, it looks more bullish at the moment. I mean, there's a lot of selling pressure right now, but Tesla on the Atlas itself, there are definitely more orders to upside. 392, 393. I mean, they're a little bit ways from the 390. And again, just be careful because you are getting some pressure here. I think overall things are just going lower, so it might drag Tesla down a little bit, and you might see that level 2 change. Right now it's bullish, but just keep an eye on it. Just keep an eye on it because I see things getting a little weaker. News. Yeah, go fly. It is what it is, man. You know, it is what it is. I had a very big feeling this was gonna drop, and look at it go. There's it's just lower and lower, and that's why. And the same thing here. Like when I was in, I let it go even past a little bit past my stop because I'm like, this is gonna drop. I know it. All the signals level 2, everything is saying there's no buyers up here or no participants. Stay in the trade, and I got out just in time for it to start turning around and doing what it's doing now. So yeah, this one sucks. This one sucks. That one sucks, and I think it's gonna go lower. I think it's gonna go again. I'm exaggerating 170, but I think it'll be in that area. I really think it'll be in that area. Exactly, Ryan. 100%, 100%. And this was a tough one because I really did not have a plan. Just a heavy gut feeling that this is gonna drop. You know, and I've taken trades based on gut feelings, and sometimes they pay off really nice. Sometimes they don't, right? But if this was an actual strategy, yeah, I would have been in it already. There's no hesitation. But can't trade on gut feelings. It's not something you can quantify, you know. All right, excellent. All right, friends. Hopefully, you guys did better than I did today. I'm sitting in the red, not by much, but in the red today so far, and some lost opportunities for sure. Here, it looks like your call on AMD was good. Look, I mean, you did get another $2, but either way, you're turning around now, 413. Yep. So this would have, you know, even if you would have held to 408, taken on par, so this would have put you in a tough spot. You know, it might come out to what you did, taking everything off. That probably came out better, you know. So sometimes it doesn't make sense, you know.
Yeah, I could have held to get the extra $2, but I don't mind
at what cost?
Myself.
Right.
Yeah, exactly. You know, it's that risk element. So
yeah.
We'll, where is Tesla going?
Wow, things turned around. So Tesla did hold. I know somebody was asking for Atlas. It did look bullish, and the Atlas is delivering. Look at the move higher there. So those numbers we were looking at, 392. We also have a level. I have a level of 392.84, which is up there as well. So Let's see what it does there. Oh wow, it's gonna blow right through that. What level is that? That's the high of the pre-market. 394.84ish. The high of the pre-market, and we're right on it right now. Tesla pushing through that. So very nice. All right, let's take a look at some trades that are taking place in our community today, guys. We started aiming on AMD. Oh, a little pre-market action. Little pre-market action on Eamon there. So he went long. Hard to tell what happened here, but some stuff happened here. But clearly this is a long here. Partial. He got the big move, and he had an order sitting at 426, which I believe we got because this thing went up to 430. Oh, yeah. So nice, Eamon. Nice stuff. We'll talk about this a little bit later. He comes on at 11 a.m. To break things down. Here's another trade. John also taking AMD. Man, AMD was a trade today. High if they break out, you can see it here. Long, stopped out on the first one, back in, partial, and ads. Look at the ads on. Wow. Okay, I like this chart. See, I like what I'm seeing here. So he back in, partialed. You could tell by his ad, he's adding very little to keep his break even at bay here, right? He wants to make sure he's not getting stopped out. So he's adding enough that, yes, he's putting more shares on risk, but he's not putting his new break even here, which will stop him out if it goes back down, right? So he's being very cautious with that. Then look at that, the partial here, and then out of break even. Just awesome, man. This is great trading. I like the methodology of the ads you're doing there. Very nice. Here's Kyle. He'll be on a little bit later with Eamon as well. Long for the 1 minute ORB, and then partial into strength there. Really nice on SMCI. As Tesla. Look at that, breaking through that 392.
393.
Very nice.
Just hit 393.
Yeah, breaking through that. Very nice.
Looks like it's.
And this is Peter. We know this trade very well because we heard it live here from Peter. All right, so short here, partial all out, but then here your entry, add it, and then man, just rolled it down as we know. Much lower than this. Another beautiful ad here at VWAP, partial and all the way down, all out at 410. So Peter, good stuff there. Slick, Zelisk. I'm not sure how you pronounce this, right? We'll call him Z, Mr. Z or Zed if you're Canadian. Long, beautiful 1 minute ORB on SMCI, and then look at the partials into strength. That is nice. Heavy stock in place. Wow, a lot of people traded SMCI. All of them for the 1 minute ORB. Did Andrew trade this? Andrew traded this. That's what it is. Everybody trades for Andrew. We got to start tapping into the chat. I bet Andrew traded this stock. I want to bet.
SMCI? Yeah,
SMCI? Yeah, okay, that makes sense. Everybody took SMCI. Yeah. All right, everybody took SMCI with Andrew in chat. And since I'm not listening to the chat, I missed out. You're not going to see me here tomorrow. It's going to be Peter and Eamon. I'm going to be in the chat following Andrew and making money. So that's it. That's the plan. All right. SMCI long. Everybody in chat with Andrew making money. Good job, guys. No, but seriously, good job. Because at the end of the day, you still got to make the decision to take this trade. Got a partial. Got to make that process there. Great job, friends. Great job. Great job, GLW. Great job. I had to mute the mic to say what I wanted to say out loud. It's just unbelievable. Oh man, I think we are on a $10 move now on this one here. Got this bug flying around. Did you read my lips? I muted the mic. I muted the mic. I'm like, I gotta say this. I'm halfway through it. Mute the mic and just say it. Oh boy. This is nice. Yeah, hey, we've been here before. It is what it is. We've been here before. I'm holding GLW from March 2023. Man, you got a good pop now. That's beautiful. Did you take some off on this pop, or you're just holding long term? Because you're up a good $50, $70 here, depending when you got in. at the moment. So good work, man. Good work. Long-term portfolio. Excellent, man. Good, good, good. All right. Let's see what else we got. AMD heading back to 410, just kind of dabbling here, deciding what it wants to do. Oh, your average is 32. Oh, I misread that. March 2023. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm thinking March like this year. Oh man, that's awesome.
Ryan Scott. So always a tough question to answer. You're asking what size I trade. It's not a fixed size. It's a fixed risk. So I trade $200 risk per trade. So I'm just risking $200. So the number of shares I take are basically dependent on the risk. So like on AMD, for example, I think when I took it, I had I'd have to go back and look. Let's see here. Because I didn't want to exceed my risk, even so the original 3 entries, right? So let's go back here. What time was this? 9:45. Go back into my journal here. I had like I had 200 shares. So basically I was, because when I took yeah, I ended up with 200 shares. So I took 50 and then another 50, then I added 100 when it started to drop, because I didn't want to exceed the dollar risk, and I figured that with how this was popping, I didn't want to get caught like I did at the open. So you know, so that gave me, you know, like, I don't know what I ended up getting on a return for this thing. It was pretty awesome. Probably like almost a 10 to 1. Oh, look at AMD's back at the low
yeah, things
here.
are going lower. Look, Intel is human. It's going red. It's human. The stock is going red, man.
So, but
it
yeah,
can
my
bleed.
risk profile was always making sure my total risk was never over $200. So that's really what I was managing against, not the size. So, you know, like I'm looking at Tesla right now, actually, and I'm thinking, well, I could take a lot more shares on Tesla because it's not moving as aggressively as AMD. Never thought I'd say that, but Tesla is the more. Tesla's got the lower spread and the less volatility than AMD. Like, what kind of universe are we living in? Anyways.
My goodness.
I didn't AMD, I probably should have shorted here again. It would have been a good risk to reward. Look at that. Oh my goodness. It would have been $10 just from here.
And everything, like if you look at Atlas, everything on AMD is down, down, down. Look at the pressure here, 406, 405. Yeah, this is I was thinking 404 was a possibility, and it's actually might become a reality now. Let's see that. That is I believe near the low of the pre-market at some point. We did go lower. The low of the pre-market I think was set at 403.42 right before the open. We did set that low. But at some point, I can show you here. At some point we did held that 404.79. You can see that right on there. So let's see it, man. Big drop here on AMD from the highs, hitting 430 and back down. SMCI chopping around, so it's just kind of going sideways here a little bit, stuck in a range at the moment. Looks like it wants to break down from the previous from the VWAP. There it is. AMD, baby.
AMD. I knew it. You're going back
there
down
it
to
is.
this.
Yes.
I should have had more patience. I should have
404.
maybe just held and then added. Oh man. Okay. Well, still good trade.
No, I think it was a good choice, because even let's say if you would have held here, right? Let's say you would have held through this. Yeah, you would have got maybe a partial at 408, right? In this area. But I think when it went up here to 416, that's $8 from where you're sitting at. I think that might have cost you to be out of it. And I think it would have been probably less profit than the 410. Now, I believe you should have gotten back in even now. That would have been a good, because you did mention it, right? I think getting back in, as opposed to holding, getting back in would have probably been
I was hoping
the
it would
better
get
play.
closer. I thought it would go up
Yeah.
another couple of bucks around to the 418 mark and where the VWAP was. So that's what I was
Yeah.
waiting for. And then when it dropped, I'm like, I don't want to chase it too much because it's so volatile. But anyways, it's always easy in hindsight, isn't it? This trading thing,
is.
it's so much tougher to do in real time.
But we get it. Like this area here is a tough area to be in. This middle zone, right, from the low and the VWAP, because from here it can go up or down, right? And then the risk reward is also messy. So I get you trying to get higher to get a better risk reward, because this zone here is very tough to trade. It really is. There it is, 403.42 to the penny. Almost, at least on my charts, might be a little bit lower by a cent or two, but right to it. That is your low of your pre-market. Look at the bounce you're getting off of that level right there. That is your low. And you can see the level 2 still very, very bearish on the level 2 by Market Atlas. I mean, you can see that it's getting a little more balanced, so you are seeing a little more orders. But man, number-wise, towards the bottom, it's a lot higher. Especially that 404, 11,000 shares sitting down there. Let's see if it can go through that. It's going to try it now, looks like. 404. HUT did maintain his gain, so it didn't drop, didn't go anywhere. It's going through our secondary here. GLW slowing down. Oh, baby. AMD. Anybody short AMD, guys? I got to live through you. Anybody short AMD? It's going to close the gap. It's trying to close the gap, Peter. What do you think?
I don't know.
Back down to 360. That is a big gap.
355? Oh, good Lord.
Yeah. So what are we doing here?
Then I'll be really upset if I got out and it drops another
Peter's going to be like, I got $15, but the stock dropped 30. Oh man, what a thing, man! What a thing. It looks very weak here. Even as it's going through these levels, look, it's just the orders continue to pile up towards the bottom. So maybe an overreaction on this earnings play stuff here, man. I don't know.
I think so. It was over enthusiastic on the pop. And that's why I was short biased. It's just a shame that I had that first loss that I had to make up, because otherwise it would have been a huge day, but I had to overcome a big loss. Again, my $200 loss that I was focused on became a $500 loss just because it popped so much. It just popped against me. Like I said, a lot more, $4 when I was only banking on about a $2 move most. Anyways, so I had to overcome that, but we're back. We're in the green.
Yep.
Would you later get? I don't know. Maybe I'm not watching Broadcom, but Micron. Yeah, we'd have to see. I don't know if these are going to be able to bounce and recover today. I mean, look, they're going down in the face of the market that's going up. Generally, the SPY is going up, the Q is moving sideways. So while it's all possible, I got to wait and see what the price action brings us. So for now, I'm just being cautious, biding my time. Still watching Tesla here. I think Tesla's getting tired up here, but the Atlas still shows orders up at 394, 395. So I don't want to short this thing. I did actually try a few minutes ago at 393 when it first hit that. Got out of break even.
Yep, I see your call, Amazon at VWAP. Kind of failing right now. Let's see how this candle ends up here. Let's see how it ends up. Looking at SMCI too. SMCI did break down, did pull back. Here would have been the entry for a VWAP breakdown. So I did see it too late, so I'm not gonna get in on that. AMD trying to find some support. This 404.
Yep.
And then let's look at Amazon again. So Amazon's trying to hold. Okay, it's looking pretty nice actually. Now let's check how our level 2 looks. For Amazon. It does look bearish. I'm sorry, not bearish, bullish. It does look a little bit bullish here. Not by much. This is not a whole lot of volume going through it at the moment, but it does look number-wise. There's definitely more interest to the upside. But again, it's just not a lot of volume. When you look at this. But let's see. And you can see here, it's the way that this trading. You can see how light the volume is, you know, as far as per minute, 1 minute. But you can see it here. It's got a nice setup. Here's the pullback. Here's your confirmation candles happening. Yeah, that's a good one. That's going to break through. Stop loss 273.61. Oh, the hell, maybe not. That would have been a good fake if that does drop down, because it actually looked pretty good. And then even level 2, 275 is looking interesting as well. I got 16,000 shares there. You got some at 272, but I think that's really far out for where the price is right now. So
Far out, baby.
yeah, 272 compared to 275. Let's see. Just not enough volume. This is the volume is very stagnant on Amazon. So
Yeah, it's not.
yes,
It doesn't
it's like
look that
it trades
energetic.
and then it just stops. It trades and it stops. It gets no momentum.
Yeah, its ATR today is only 70%, so it's only trading
Yeah.
70% average volume, Carlos. So it's
Yeah,
not
it looks
really in
slower than
play.
usual. Yeah. So even though we might be getting a good breakout, a good pattern, you know, the breakout might not take place as you would like.
What's gunning higher right now? Microsoft of all things.
Yeah. And NVIDIA's trying to do something too. It's trying to get towards their high of the day. Oh, baby. Microsoft. Look at that.
Just heading higher, right? Slow and steady.
Very, very nice. Look at it go here. Surprised the stock is not like higher. You know, all this software, AI, tech stuff. You know, their co-pilot is not co-piloting. It's got a co-pilot. What's going on, Microsoft? This is your time. Are you not entertained with an AI? I mean, come on.
Co-piloting,
Get it done.
not co-piloting.
No, it's really not, man. Get it together. This is your time. I mean, you come installed in every computer that people buy, every PC at least. You should be grabbing this thing by the horns, man. Like, you come installed. There's no options out there. And yeah, don't tell me about these Linux and whatever stuff. You have to actually build your computer from software from scratch. Nobody's trying to do that. Everybody's trying to plug and play. And either Mac or Microsoft. This Linux, and I know it's a few programmers. I get it. You're typing in your white bars and commands and all of this, and you know it by memory. I understand it. Been there, try that. You know, people are not trying to do that, man. They're trying to plug and play, install, and stream or play. So I'm surprised these guys are not leveraging this AI situation. I don't know. INTC, short, good green. Damn, I completely lack the ability to hold. Chris, you know, listen, we all could say that at a certain point in our trades, right? We all could say that, but it's just you never know. You never know.
Yeah.
You never know how far something can run, when it's going to turn. It's just, all you could do is follow your plan. That's it. What else, friends? What else? What else? Mike should be joining us shortly here. Oh, Mike is on already. Good morning, Mike.
Yep.
Just noticed the time. How
Gotta
are
do
you,
that.
brother?
Good morning. Peter having fun shorting AMD.
AMD,
he's having
baby.
a lot of fun.
And you know what I'm especially proud of is that, you know, I had an entry. If I look back here, what was my best entry? My best entry was at a price of $430.05. The all-time high is $430.57. So with how big the spread was, that's pretty good. I was basically within the spread at the all-time highs. So, you know, that's pretty cool. I you know, everybody's like, don't short a strong stock. I have a specific strategy to be able to do that. And
Yes, you do.
But it doesn't work for most people, Don't try this at home, kids. But it works for me. So.
Oh, that is so funny. Yes. Peter, yeah, good. Yeah, I struggled early on today. I ended up I did a little updating. So let me see if I think my first, oh my God, I just looked at Apple. I am so oh man.
What's going on with Apple?
All right.
What's going on with
Oh,
Apple?
look at this thing.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, we saw it earlier. Yeah.
Oh, there goes the
Yeah, so I tried to trade Apple. I took this entry here, got out. No problem. That's my plan. I'm good there. Got in again. And then once again, took a partial. Got out at break even, much better than actual break even. I just had an order and it filled. But I didn't get back in here because I was like, third time. No, I'm not playing that game. Shame on me. Third time, get in. Right. But man, this thing, I should have gone with the age-old strategy of Andrew, right? Atlas never lies. Like Atlas was so strong to the upside that I was like, okay. But I think the problem was because I did very bad trading on NVIDIA. We always talk about Cat 4 trades and Category 1 trades in boot camp, right? Cat 4 trades are the worst trades. Those are the trades that you make money by not following your rules and having very bad behavior. And I had very bad behavior on NVIDIA today. I got in and I went with the age-old strategy of Andrew. Atlas never lies. I'm like, this damn thing's going up and I know it. And I just bag held it, like even past my stop. I didn't get out at my stop, didn't get out at my trailing stop. And I was just like, you know what? If it makes a new low of day, okay, fine. I lose, but I am bag holding this thing till it goes back up. I'm bag holding it to a new low of day or until I'm proven right. And I held and was rewarded, got out at break even here, and then I got back in. This trade was good. This trade was a good Cat 1 trade, but this one was not. This was not a good trade. And here, I made some kind of error when putting in a range order. Like, I don't know what I did. But when I set the range order, it filled right away. So I must have been dyslexic or something and typed in the number backwards or made it so that it triggered right away.
Yeah. I had one of those on Tesla, Mike, where I could have sworn I put my stop in above the price, and I got like I was in and out within like a second. I'm like, what just happened?
Yeah. So, I will take full responsibility. I'm sure it was a user error in this case. But I wanted 205 is what I was looking for, and I put in a range for my break even and then 205. I would have got it, but That's all right. And then on the futures side, I'm actually sitting in a futures trade right now. Took a 30-minute opening range breakout right here at 73.50. I'm going to partial if I get up to the pre-market high, and then I'll take one contract off at pre-market high, and then I'll reset my range order for up there. But interesting enough, last night, Central Time is 7 o'clock, right? For the or Central Time's 1 hour behind Eastern Time. So we had Dr. Reed for P Capital Trading last night talking about handling the pressure. So while I was there, I actually was here at 6 o'clock and saw this huge pop up on the SPY, and it was based off of some API or crude oil numbers that just like came out that really affected the market. And then it just kind of consolidated. I said, you know what? I'm just going to short while I'm sitting here listening to Dr. Reed talk about pressure. And I ended up taking a short up here at 73.16, and then ended up getting all out right around here is where I ended up getting all out. So it was a good day there. And now I'm just sitting here waiting, looking. Hopefully I'll get this pre-market high here shortly. So cannot complain.
Yeah, nice. Nice.
Good trading today.
Yeah, that's a lot of opportunities, man, today. So good stuff.
Yeah, it really was. AMD, man. I almost had a heart attack when I looked at MU this morning. It's going through, setting all my levels. I pulled up MU. I know I heard you guys talking, wow, semi is going crazy. And I'm like, yeah, AMD had great earnings. Okay. And then I looked at MU and I was like, what the?
That's wild, man.
I was like, oh my goodness.
It's crazy.
What happened?
What's the high here?
Craziness.
685. What's the high that I'm showing between last night and this morning? Just crazy. Craziness.
$16 stock. That is now 600. Beautiful. What did we do?
I should have Tesla. Darn it! I chickened out on trading Tesla short. I had the short at 394 lined up. I did not take it. Oh well.
Look at Microsoft too. Chris MC just mentioned Microsoft.
Yeah, we were looking at Microsoft. Unfortunately, this reversal, it didn't really telegraph it for me, so I didn't see much of an entry opportunity on that one. But
see, my problem, Chris, is it never really set up for a nice high day break for me. Like here, right, you got these really high volume bars, but the price candles are super small compared to the volume. And then when you get bigger price candles, you got lower volume bars, which and the 200 here. Yeah, not my setup. Microsoft just ran without me or anybody. But yeah, Microsoft's kind of funky like that, isn't it?
it's funky. It's funky like that.
Yeah, it's some days it trades very nicely, some days it just doesn't. So
yeah.
And you just gotta kind of sit there and accept it. Like this, come on, grind your way up, get to that pre-market high.
Let's see here.
Good trade here. I'll take that pre-market high level. It wants it. I know it does. Very nice setup too. If you look at the structure of this too, we got to push up, a pull back, higher low. And now we're going to try to make a higher high off this pre-market high, which will be nice if we can get it.
I was just looking at Amazon. Amazon actually took off. We were thinking about possible breakout here out of VWAP. Did dip lower, so it kind of messed up the setup. And the volume was very, very light. Like it's getting better now, but finally did break out. And yeah, hitting that, trying to hit the high of the day here. Still short of it by a couple of the cents here. Actually,
I
not that far.
have. Yeah, there's a question here. I have no idea why the journaling accounts are buffering, but I'll let the team know.
Yeah. Well, I was asking, is it just you? I wonder if anybody else. But buddy, I sent you a message. I'm not sure if it's just a you thing or just overall. So we'll figure it out.
All right, we're almost ready to take a contract off. Come on, come on. My hand's shaking. Stupid shaking hands. One more tick. One more tick. One more. There it is. All right, so let's change up this order.
Well, okay, we get AMD moving back up, so all the excitement seems to be over. It's funny when you look at AMD on a wider time frame. Like I have this 2-minute chart that I always keep that excludes pre and post market data, and the price action for today on that chart looks very flat because I saw the close yesterday at 355, and then of course the open this morning at like 410. It's like it makes the what happened today look so flat, and yet we still had a $30, almost $28 price range. It's what a crazy day.
All right, we're gonna try to do this range order. I've done it like twice now. I've checked it that I put right numbers in. All right, it worked.
Tesla.
See,
I knew it. Tesla.
User error. So there we go. One nice little contract off.
The SPY. All-time highs? Yes, let's do more, please. More all-time highs.
Look at that. Let's get above this higher high. We just made a higher high. I like it. This is going to be a good trading day already.
Nice, nice.
Cannot complain. Why not, right? AMD, AI sector strong. Crazy.
There's no stopping the SPY, says Bat Swain. Yeah, it's this market keeps gunning. Look at that SPY right there, setting new all-time high today. Oh yeah, just now. New all-time highs on the SPY, 731.91. On the SPY, how about the Qs? The Qs, not yet. All-time high was earlier today, around 693-ish or so. But yeah, SPY's not stopping, man. It is onward and upwards.
And we don't really have much news coming out today. I know I heard somewhere that the president was going to talk, but I couldn't find it on the official schedule. So
yeah,
I'm pretty hesitant to, but keep an eye out on that because you never know.
Yeah.
Right.
It's true. Well, I mean, he was making statements about the war that's not a war in Iran and what's happening with the Strait. So, didn't I mean, U.S. politics sometimes is a little confusing to me, but I thought he had to go before Congress at that 60-day mark and declare whether this was a war or not, or funding would be cut off. And didn't he say, I'm not doing that?
But he said the war was won.
Okay. So you don't need
And-
any more money then.
And if you notice, no, what was the operation called prior to the 60 days?
I
Epic
don't-
Fury.
Okay.
And now we're at what? Operation Project Freedom.
Oh, I see. So it's a whole new thing.
It's a whole new thing.
Oh, good. A little bait and switch. You
Yep.
know what? I got to give him credit. He's creative. He's certainly creative. This is not that war. What war? No, well, that's one. That's over.
So-
this is a whole new thing.
If anybody's out there wondering why all of a sudden we're calling it Project Freedom, it's
see.
because it's a whole different operation.
Oh,
Epic Fury
okay.
was a success, and we won.
Okay.
Now we're opening up the
Close
strait
that
in
book.
Project.
I see. Okay. Congratulations on that win.
So, yes, it's all a wordsmith game.
Hmm.
But as we know, technicalities matter, right? People
Yeah.
want to push the
Yeah.
limit. That's the limit.
Yep.
So I still like this trade on the MES that I'm in. So good structure still. We will see. Hopefully we can continue to trend all day. That's just exactly. Yep. See, Katie. I like Operation. I don't know what I'm doing.
Yeah. Operation. Make it up as you go.
Yep.
You know, it's.
But I wish I had some pizza in the house. I would have come on here eating pizza, man. Peter, I know what I'm having for lunch today. That's for sure.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. We did talk about two different foods, didn't we? We had KFC by accident, and then pizza. Yeah. So.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I will probably go get some pizza.
You know, we
down
should
at
have. What would have been better is they really should have called it Operation like FAFO. You know, the F around and find out. So that just would have been awesome.
There you go.
Who's that guy from that chart? He became like popular. That's on the board, and he's an old school teacher or something. And he's just they use him on every meme. He just became popular for this FIFO. Yeah. It's like you see him all the time.
I don't know.
I don't know.
I don't think I've seen this guy.
No way. I'm sure you have. He's everywhere.
Maybe he's your personal guy.
No. He's
everywhere.
everywhere, man. He's
You're hanging out in a different part of the web than I am.
No, man. The minute you don't even got to type the whole thing, he comes up right away. This guy right here. Oh yeah.
In Google?
At Google, comes up right away. He is the guy.
I've never seen this guy.
No way. Seriously? He's there. He's the FAFO guy.
Okay.
Apple.
Yeah. Oh yeah. He's on. Go ahead, type it. I mean, I don't know how things up there in Canada, but it should come up right away.
He doesn't even come up in the first like 5 videos.
Really?
YouTube, and I put it in Google and it didn't come up. I don't
Yeah.
know.
Must not be liked up there.
He's the
guess
meme
not.
guy, man. I don't know
who
his
this
name.
guy
I
is.
just know he's the FAFO guy, man. As soon as you put, he is number one right away. KnowYourMeme.com. He comes
Okay.
right up. But yeah.
You know what? I should check and see what are my ads for today. I don't know if I should.
Your
share this
ads?
with you guys.
Oh yeah.
So, for some reason, no, like I mean, I do watch videos online. I watch a lot of pickleball videos. I watch comedy stuff. I like action movies. I mean, honest to goodness, that's what I watch. However, YouTube is convinced that I need companionship, and that apparently I am a lonely guy, and because actually today I don't seem to have an ad. I don't have an ad at all, which is odd. But I was going to mention this.
Companion.
For the last like week, I've been getting ads consistently where it's like, you know, Taiwanese women are waiting to meet you, but then you go into the subtext and it's like, click here to meet a Chinese bride, and I'm like, what the heck? Is it Taiwan or Chinese? Or anyways, and then it's like, or you know, Thai women, or yesterday it was Ukrainian women, and then the day before that it was Japanese. Then I figured they're just trying it on. They're trying to give me, I don't know, what's his type. They're trying to
Let's see
figure
what
it out.
sticks.
What?
I'm not
What have you
clicking on
been
any of them.
Googling, Peter?
Well, see, that's the thing. That's why I'm hesitant to mention it, because the obvious conclusion, and I don't blame anybody, is, Peter, like, what are you watching? And I'm like, I swear to God, I'm watching pickleball videos. Like, I don't understand why. Maybe that's it. Maybe they're like, look, this dude is lonely, man. Like, he's watching pickleball. We got to get him some companionship. I don't know, but
that could be it.
That could be it.
Maybe that's it. It's like, anyways, I just find it humorous how they keep giving these things to me. I'm like, look, man, my wife, I've said this before. If you know, I know if I click on any of those things, not that I would be inclined, she's getting the ads. Like, you know enough to know you don't do that. You don't click on any of that stuff. I'm not searching anything, because as soon as I search something, she's gonna get it. So
Are you like me, Peter, where I have the Apple account and my wife doesn't want to get one, so she just uses my Apple account?
No, she's got her own accounts, but I find on the shared Wi-Fi, because I guess they use your IP, and because she'll be like, when I start looking up cars, she knows. She's like, oh, you're looking up cars again, because I'm getting car ads, or it's so, and it goes both ways. Like, I'm like, we're looking at nail stuff again the other day, weren't you? And she's like, yeah, why? I'm like, well, because I'm getting ads for lacquer services and nails.
Oh, yeah.
Anyways, so maybe I should be talking to my wife. Maybe my wife's looking for Asian women or something. I don't know.
Could be. Or looking for massage parlors. That could be a thing.
She did go for a massage the other day, so maybe that was the thing. I don't know.
That tends to do it.
Anyways.
So, I forgot to ask yesterday, Carlos, because I was super busy with stuff. But how'd you like your pedicure?
It was awesome, man.
He loved it.
Oh yeah.
Look at these nails, man. They look great. It was amazing. The whole process was incredible. I definitely got to go back. Definitely got to be a regular thing, man. I loved it. Loved it. So my feet feel smooth. My wife got me to go. Everything's great. Yeah.
Yeah, my wife got me to go back in Camarillo for the first time, and I was like, I don't want to go. Resistant, like, why do I gotta do grumpy this? Old man, right? And she sold me on, they'll give you some champagne while you sit there. I'm like, okay, I'll go with you.
Yeah,
man. Ever since, I'm like, when are we going next time?
Yeah, you're like, when can we go back?
Yeah.
When can we go back?
It's that good, man. The ladies, they got this hidden, man. They know how to do it up nice,
Oh yes, they do.
Good gig.
Right.
I just figure I don't want to subject anybody to my feet. That's just. Leave them
I'm telling you, Peter.
They're pros, man. They're pros. Once you see them come in, they got their everything ready. Dude, it's the last thing you're thinking about.
Man, it is. It's life-changing.
Yeah.
It is.
It needs to be mandatory.
It's a secret. It's a secret men know nothing about, because we are stubborn asses.
Yes. All right. So true. So true. So true.
Yeah.
Now I understand why, my wife says, I'm going to do my nails, and it takes her an hour and a half. What are you doing? How long does it take to do your nails? Well, I get it now. It's a whole process, It's a whole process. Love it.
Okay.
Men don't know how to live. Clearly we don't.
So, David.
I agree. We got to learn.
Yeah. Yeah, David, I'll check that out. I will check that out, definitely, here in Kansas City. You have wine? You'd sold me. Wine and yes. There we go.
Yeah, I love the comments from the ladies especially. It's so funny because I'm sitting there, I'm like, all right, I know for a fact that my wife comes here all the time, you know, and Jenny, she did a great job. And I know for a fact that I overtip. So first thing I did was like, let me not mess this up for her. Let me call my wife and ask, okay, how much should I tip? Because if I do the tipping, then I could mess up the whole cycle. You don't be the guy that messes up the whole cycle, you know, because men tend to tip a lot more. So I'm like, how much do you tip? And she gave me the number. Like, oh, that's actually pretty good. So I gave her that to make sure that I don't mess up the cycle. You know, men, don't go in there and start tipping, over tipping, because you mess up the cycle for the ladies. We don't want to do that. Keep the cycle intact. Don't make this a bad experience. You know? So very, very important. Start tipping $20, $30, and next thing you know, when they take care of your wives, you're gonna be like, well, your husband tips this much, and that can go south very quickly. Oh boy. Although for Peter's feet, you might tip extra because I think you're making it sound like your feet are not as easy to handle. What's going on?
I don't know. It's just like I keep bashing my toenails and stuff. You know, like when I run or I play pickleball, and so they get all bruised and the nails fall off, and I don't know. They're just gross.
Yeah, yeah.
It's a little off-putting, and they're on my own body, and they're off-putting. I don't want anyone else to have to deal with that. It just doesn't seem fair.
You'll be fine, man. I saw the lady next to me. I'm like, oh, okay. Trust me. I saw the lady next to me. I'm just like, what is happening there? But my feet look better than yours, and no men's feet should ever look better than the ladies. But that was so I felt very comfortable after I saw what the next person to me was working with.
Yeah. Maybe. Okay. Maybe I shouldn't.
Oh, baby.
Shouldn't worry about it so much.
No, I shouldn't.
That's funny. You guys are awesome. Okay, well, obviously we had an interesting day of trading. I mean, the day is far from over. We're only an hour and a half into this market. But I mean, I think the big moves of the day are probably done. That being said, like all-time highs. So whenever you're at all-time highs, we've seen it how many, hundreds of times it feels like now. We could always get a pullback, or let's keep going. What the heck? We're in uncharted territory once again today, gapping up and moving higher. So I'm looking at the SPY right now, 732 on the SPY, and yeah, we were as high as 732.50 just a few minutes ago. So it's it's just crazy town. The Qs once again all-time highs. We were higher overnight, so again we could go higher. 700 in reach. Let's see what we do today. I'm just thinking, Carlos, this is, who knows? By the time you and I are back tomorrow morning at 8, we could be anywhere.
Yeah, we really
anywhere.
can.
Oh yeah.
Yep.
So
we are definitely pushing higher right now. So
yeah. But we got more trading for today. We still have an hour to go here with Eamon coming on. Don't forget the chat room open all day. And open right through to the close. In fact, we even did earnings last night. We were on for AMD. We had earnings right through I think it was 4:20 when their earnings came out, something like that. And we were there. I was there with Gary. Gary actually traded it long, and he was saying, I'm going to trade it to 400. And I'm like, come on, man, 400? No way. I mean, remember, it closed at 355. And I'm like, nah, that's not going to happen.
Yeah.
And in fact, they had me ask the Magic 8 Ball, you think AMD will hit 400? And the Magic 8 Ball said yes. And I'm like, no, come on, man. That's not. And,
believe in the magic ball, man.
Oh, my good Lord.
The expected...
Go ahead.
The expected move was only $30 on it.
$30. Well, and it made that move, right? Because it went from 355, and in fact, it actually dropped, right? Like about $15-20, and then it moved higher. And if you look at the original spike last night, it did move up to 380, and then it pulled back, and that's when I said, okay, well, let's call it a day. It made a great move. It's up $30. That's awesome. And I left, and little did I know, I start getting all these bings on my phone. My phone starts going ding, 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 ding. I'm like, what's going on? Everybody's like, Peter, you got to take a drink, because the deal was I would take a drink as it goes through 400. And so I'm like, all right, fair enough. So 7 o'clock, I log back in, 4:08, and I'm like, what is happening out here in the world? And anyway,
Yeah.
so I had a drink. I don't mind it. Hey, any excuse, but that was great because I'd had my margarita, my tequila margarita for Cinco de Mayo, the holiday that's not a holiday, and I had some whiskey. So for me, it was a great night.
Yeah.
Hey
Awesome.
guys, how are you doing?
Ready to go. Someone asked me
Hey,
in
Eamon,
chat,
how you doing?
what does SMCI looks
Good,
like?
good.
Here's what it looks like here, man. It looks, actually, I said bullish. Long term looks bullish. Plenty of orders at 33, but right now there's a lot of pressure at 31.50. So check out Market Atlas, gives you that detail. But it's trading horrible, man. Just be careful. It's not trading as clean, SMCI. So just be careful on that one. The price action has been weird. All right, friends, that's it for us. We'll leave you with Eamon and Kayo up next. Gentlemen, hope you guys are doing well. I saw some great trades from both of you guys this morning. So looking forward to see how you break those down here in the next hour. So from Mike and Peter, we'll see you guys a little bit later.
Trade smart,
Well,
everybody.
have a good rest of the
Trade
day.
smart. And if you're in Bear Bull Traders, Peter and I will see you this evening. Or wait, are you playing pickleball, Peter?
Well, it depends on the rain. I'll
Okay.
be there for a bit, and then we'll see what happens.
All right. So I will see you in the Bear Bull chat room for the close today. Take care, everybody.
All right, guys. Hey, Carlos, when are we
Ye-
giving away another funded account? I know people keep asking. I know we.
Oh, I forgot. Yeah, I forgot. I got to get that set up. Let's do it tomorrow. We'll do it tomorrow for sure.
I thought we were doing like 400 likes or something. 500.
Yeah, I think Andrew was spoke to him. He wanted 500 likes. That's if we push for it, that's not hard to get. We could definitely get that. But then I think if we do 500 likes too, I like to be fair. If we do 500 likes, then we got to open up to everybody because, then everybody's supporting that 500 likes, not just Lambos and Garbage Truck. I like to think things through a little bit. So, let's see. We've got to see what Andrew wants to do here. So I'll talk to him. I think we should do 2. One for our Lambos and Garbage Truck members for supporting the channel. We appreciate you. And one for everyone because I think the likes is part of everybody's, helping out. So let me get back to you guys. We'll do one maybe tomorrow and Friday. Let me talk to Andrew.
Well,
Right.
you heard, guys, funded account tomorrow, so don't miss that one. Hello, Kyle, and hello, YouTube. How are you all doing today? Kyle, you are on mute. All right, while Kyle is figuring out the issue with the microphone, you guys on YouTube, did you have a good day? It was a good day, actually, full of opportunities. Market seems to be trending right now. I love where the SPY is headed, where the Qs are sitting at. Gold seems to be slowly recovering from yesterday's pullback. And oil is doing nothing. So we'll go and analyze these one by one and try to anticipate what's going to happen there. Kyle, did you get it sorted out? Can you try to say
Yeah, I
something?
think so. Can you hear me? I think
Yes, I can hear you.
that's better. Hello. Eamon, good morning, my man.
Good morning. It was a good day. Overall, I think lots of opportunities. Did not expect that to happen.
Yeah.
Well, before I go to today's opportunities, guys, I wanted to share with you some of yesterday's opportunities. Remember, we ended up taking Meta on YouTube, Meta reversal. We managed to take a small profit and exited at break even. And I told you, you keep shooting until you hit your leg. So yesterday in the chat room, and this is why I really suggest you join BBT chat room. After I'm done with YouTube, with our analysis around here, I move on to the chat room. And 1 hour of analysis is 1 hour. 2 hour of analysis is is higher likelihood of catching a trade. So we ended up taking with BBT members a second reversal on Meta, similar to the previous one. We started within the range, then we added at the break of the range, and this was a good reversal all the way to view up. I think this was my trade of the day. If we compare it to Meta and Apple that I've taken yesterday, those two trades actually made a big difference. And overall, that was actually perfect one. I think we're going to find a good reversal today as well, especially with the market being extended on everything. Are you interested in anything right now, Kyle? Anything you're watching?
I'm actually short SMCI. I'm short since 10:45. I sent you a screenshot of it.
Oh yeah, I see
yeah,
that. So yeah,
this is
this is
just this one's
basically
just
where
in the
Kyle
funded
shorted.
account, but yeah, I shorted it at 10:44. Put my stop loss. I almost got stopped out, and then that hammer candle came at 10:48. And I've just been riding it down a little bit. So yeah, I'm in this. How about yourself?
Uh, I have taken one trade today. We'll go over it in detail in a bit. Let's see where you
Yeah.
are sitting at. So you shorted SMCI at 1048. Not a bad place actually to short this thing.
Yeah.
1048, yeah, and it seems to be going lower. This is actually really good. It's actually really good. It has a lot of room to go lower. I love this trade. Well done. Looks
Thank you.
clean.
I'm out.
Let's see what.
I'm out about 60% of it already. So we're just gonna.
Mhm.
I'm gonna try. I'm gonna try and hold it to $31. We'll see what happens here.
Looks realistic. $31, not a bad target, and I bet that there is something around there on Atlas because it's a round psychological number. Something should be down there. The Max Wimpy traded PLTR 2 times, saying that he shorted it after a fake breakup. I don't see that, by the way. Where did you short it after a fake breakup? Max Wimpy, what timestamp did you take your trade to the short side at? Hey man, you said Meta is in a buy zone around $600, and same thing worked today, and it'll keep working. It'll keep working until it fails, right? Because that's how trading works. And the best type of trades with the highest success rate are range-bounded trades, because you get a bounce from the edge so many times until you hit the breakout one time only. That's why I love this strategy a lot. I actually had a comment from one of my mentees yesterday, and they said, "Hey man, you've been taking a lot of afternoon trades lately, and all of them profitable." I wouldn't take it that far that all of them are profitable. Not all of them are profitable, but most of them are, because that's how ranges work. You get bounces multiple times, you get failed one time. That's why I love playing ranges. But at the same time, you need to pick a good range. You need to make sure that the level is clear. You need to make sure that the area is holding. You need to wait for extra confirmation, and only then you trade it. Without that, it's better to stay away from it. Oh, Sultanov, you said that, yeah. So basically, that's exactly what we mean. I mean, afternoon trades, amazing. I love them. We've been taking a lot of these. Back in the time, maybe 2, 3 weeks ago, I was not taking a lot of afternoon trades because it's just 1 hour of sitting in the chat room. It's 15 to 20 minutes saying the highs, reviewing my trade, reviewing some of the people's trades, and then there is like 30 minutes left to just look at the market. I didn't use to take a lot. I did not get to take a lot of trades. But right now, sitting for 2 hours straight, there is at least one trading opportunity. So, Meta was the move for today. I think maybe, yeah, Meta, AMD looks good. Qs weren't bad today. I think Apple, right? Yeah, Apple wasn't bad today. We had a lot of trading opportunities. Let's take a look at the SPY, gold, and oil, and see what could happen on these ones today, at least for the rest of the afternoon. SPY, I don't know. I mean, for now, it's too early to tell. Let's move on, maybe. Let's take a look at gold. Gold is really interesting. It's gappy a lot on the daily chart. It's forming some sort of a double top on the hourly chart. That's a little bit confusing. So it probably needs to make a small pullback at least. So shorter term, the gold is short. I think it can head to 430. Once it hits 430, we are going to decide and see what's going to happen on it. Oil. Oil is probably going to be tricky. It did drop yesterday on the news that there is some sort of a deal being worked on. I worked out. I don't think anything is going to change. Oil is going to spike back to the upside because those deals do not look promising, at least at the moment. Setup wise, I think we need to wait for longer. I don't see anything happening around here. Let me quickly go through the AMD trade and tell you why I took this one. So AMD, Peter and Carlos talked about it, and I did mention that it's really tricky to trade this one. It's difficult to trade stocks that already made a big run. Usually the way I play these ones is to the opposite direction. If I see something that's overbought, reversal candlestick on the hourly chart, I go for the pullback. And when you get the pullback, it becomes tricky. What could happen after the pullback? A continuation of the trend or a reversal. That's why I usually stay away from them. But AMD did something nice. It pulled back into the 9 moving average. And those who watched my ABCD pattern webinar, the 9 moving average is a strong trend trading moving average for me. The moment I saw that it's starting to slightly reject the 9 moving average on the hourly chart, I switched to the 5-minute chart. And I see that the 5-minute chart kept making lower lows, lower highs, lower lows, lower highs, lower lows, lower highs, lower lows, lower highs, and then it's starting to range. So it started some sort of a consolidation area. That was a signal that we had a big pullback on the hourly chart, and now we're stuck around the 9, which means that it probably wants to either go to the upside or maybe make a pullback before the sell-off. One of these two things could have happened, but what do we have in common between this and this? The move to the upside. So I decided to try and capitalize on a small move to the upside. I started my position during the pre-market, which is something that I rarely do. Sometimes when I have enough conviction, I do that. I added after the market open, and there was a small mistake. I added too heavy here, which is something that I did not want to do. I want to add 1/3 of my full position, and I literally doubled it at this stage. And that was a bit scary because doubling my position means that if it goes against me, I'll lose more than 3 times of my original risk. So the moment I doubled it, I literally hit the sell button and I was out. Waited for the setup to form again, re-entered for a long. So that was a full R loss. That was a second position, went in my favor, partialed all the way to the upside, added on the flag because there was a big order sitting around 430, which was my final target. Got wicked out, and then it hit the $430 area. But it was a good day. And now that we had final trade as a win, we are allowed to take one more trade. We'll go through some of the stocks that we have. We'll look for reversals or continuations, and we're going to trade something. What was your best trade for today, Kyle?
My best trade was SMCI at the open as well. I did a 1-minute opening range breakout on it. Rode it all the way to 33.50. I think I took out about 70% at the top there before that big red candle there. Then I got stopped out and break even. I took that one, and then I used your analogy with the bullets. So I did that, and then I took just a quick scalp on NVDL, which is a 2 times leveraged. I took that at I was short at 10 o'clock. So on that second red candle, I entered, yes, right?
At 10 o'clock, right?
Yeah, it goes straight to the top. Yeah, so I scalped that to the bottom. As soon as it hit the 20 and had a little bit of an engulfing there, I was all out there. So I had 2 trades. I had a really good day today. The SMCI trade I was a bit heavy on, so similar to you, it's very scary when you take a position bigger than you're used to. And I wish I had the discipline. I'm working on that as well, just getting out. Like as soon as you looked at it and you were too leveraged, you just got out, right?
Yep,
my mindset
exactly.
is like, I was riding it, right? I was like, okay, well, let's just see what happens. So I definitely have to work on that. If I mess up the average, just get out and then get back in when you can. So yeah, I had a great little morning. It was good.
Good job. Yeah, I mean, when I'm down, when I'm too heavy, I just cut it out. For example, in this AMD trade, went against me. I went to add a small position. I saw that I literally hit the buy button a couple times, and I was like, okay, at this stage, If it just goes a little bit to the downside, not a lot, just a little bit, I'll already be losing way more than I intended. And I've been stuck in these type of trades in the past where you hit your whole max loss for the day in one single trade. And I knew that we have a full day of opportunities. I'll find something 5 minutes later, I'll find something 30 minutes later, I'll find something on YouTube or in BBT, and I did not want to hit my max loss, staying without any opportunities. But still, I mean, as long as you manage it well, it's all good. And SMCI is actually a good one. I had three trade plans for today, and one of them, which is basically my main one, was AMD. I was looking at the 9 moving average on the hourly chart. And the second one was SMCI, exact same idea. And I'll show you now in the chart how this looks like. The final one that I was watching is Netflix, but Netflix actually did not set up nicely. So SMCI, guys, if you take a look at it, exact similar thing to AMD. We had a big run, and now we're pulling back. We're pulling back into the 9 moving average. And you can see that around the 9 moving average, this thing starts to slow down. Bottoming week, another bottoming week, another bottoming week. So it had a huge sell-off, and then it started to give you this U-turn. It's starting to hold. And if you take a look at the 5-minute chart, sold off, range, sold off, range, sold off, range. So obviously it could sell off even more. So how do you play these ones? You need something that did not happen in the past, some new type of price action. We have a range, sell off. We have a range, sell off. We have a range, a break and recovery. Now this part around here happened for the first time in a while. A lot of times you have a range and sell off, range and a sell off, range and a sell off. Here we had a range and a sell off with a recovery around the zone, which is the 9 moving average on the hourly chart. That was kind of the trigger that this thing could go to the upside. But since I was already in AMT, which is like a mirror of this trade, I decided to just stay away from it. So Kyle here is still shorting his SMCI trade. It still is going lower. Good partials
No,
all the way to 31.50-ish. Are you out?
I'm all out. Yeah, that ad at 11:07 there. So funny. We're just talking about that. It was too heavy, so I got out. But this one, I'm just trying to. I have about 8 days left on it, so I'm trying to chase the person in first place, which isn't good. But yeah, it's fun. It's at about $39,000 now, so it's good.
Yeah, well, let's see what we have for now. There should be something that we can trade. I'll be looking for some trading opportunity. Let's see if we find something interesting, guys. Guys, if you're watching something, call it out. We will analyze it. We'll take a look at it. And if you end up calling actually something interesting, we can trade it. Art Economics saying that he or she, is it a he or a she, Art Economics? Watching APLD. Now let's take a look at what we have around here. Good and solid daily chart for an uptrend. Good and solid 60-minute chart for an uptrend. I actually love that. Really clean, beautiful. 5-minute chart. I'm not really sure about the 5-minute chart though. We already had such a big move with a couple legs to the upside. Each leg had a really small pullback. These usually end up being traps. So yes, it has room to go to the upside and it could be doing it, but it's moving to the upside in a trappy way. I'd say that if we have another pullback to 40-80-ish and we hold it, then I'll start looking at it for a long. Overall, good call out. I love it, but I think it's going to take some time to set up. GLW. You want to analyze this one, Kyle? Wanna go for it?
Yeah, I mean, this one looks. The only thing that kind of scares me is it's still underneath the 200, but let's see. So it's good volume here. 18 million. It's up 14%. One rule I have is I never short a really strong stock. So for me personally, I wouldn't go long here, but I've been wrong in the past. The SPY look good. The Qs are looking good here. So it's just consolidating, it looks like, from the open as well.
I agree with Kyle. Be careful shorting stocks that are strong. Better wait for pullbacks and then look for continuations. So MU has solid pattern. You can see this level that we held from yesterday, dropped all the way into it, ended up holding it, and now it's continuing the trend to the upside. Obviously, the biggest downside on on MU is the fact that it had a really small pullback. That's what I call a fake ABCD pattern. You get a big move, but tiny pullback. That's less than 20% of the move. Usually, if you want to have a good and solid pullback, it needs to be 30% or at least 30%, ideally 40 to 60%. If it's less than that, usually we do not have follow through. But it's MU. I mean, MU probably is going to have follow through. And remember this, it's not about my opinion or where it's headed. It's about the trade book. According to my rules, I need a solid stock. I need it to meet my checkbox. I need it to meet all the boxes on my checklist. And only then I'm allowed to trade. This one doesn't meet all of them, even though I see what you're saying. Probably it is going to go higher, but not the ideal one. What do you think about a reversal on IREN, Kyle?
Parabolic reversal, like going short or long?
Like any reversal. Do you like this one for a reversal? There is a member asking about it.
I would say yes. Well, just because it's coming up to R5 on the cam pivot, so those levels are always good. But I again would wait for a pullback and a retest to come on down a little bit lower. Iron on Market Atlas is definitely bullish to the upside. 52,000 shares at $62, 32,000 at 61. So, I mean, the upside does look good, but yeah, just be patient with it.
I agree with it. So far, it has literally no signs of reversals. It is sitting past its ATR. I'm not sure if there is any levels around here. Yeah, there are actually some levels, which is not a bad thing. You probably do not want to go for a continuation, but because it's overstretched, but I don't think it's ready for a reversal yet. So let's wait a bit longer on this one. Apple is looking good for a continuation play, a small continuation play. Daily weekly so solid for continuation. 60-minute chart, previous resistance acting as support. Previous candlestick closed red, so this one could still close red, but it looks like it's bottoming, and it looks like it's bottoming on the 30-minute chart. If this one closes as a doji, that would be good. So if I had to rate it, I would rate it as a B setup. What you want to do is I would rate it as a B minus setup for now. If you want to play to the long side, this is the case right now. I highly do not recommend it, and I would stay away from it. Safer play would be to wait for this 30-minute candlestick to close. If this 30-minute candlestick manages to close above VWAP, what you want to do is wait for the next 30-minute candlestick to open. Wait for a small overlap, which is basically a sell-off. Wait for the recovery from red to green, which is basically going to do something like this, and that would be your trigger to enter. That would take it all the way from B minus to A minus. And it's sitting around previous day close, which is also a really good level. So again, good pick for long in my opinion, but let's wait a little bit longer. I think out of everything that you guys called out at the moment, Apple is sitting on top. Is there anything interesting that you have an eye on or you want to talk about, Kyle?
I was looking at, I mean, Joby's kind of died off. I had Joby on my watch list this morning. They had earnings last night. They had a really nice run up this morning. The volume just completely died on it now, but it was a beautiful 5-minute opening range. It held the 9 all the way up, and now the volume's just not there. So I'm going to tag off of that one. I mean, NVIDIA looks great. Ever since 11:15, that hammer candle, that's beautiful too. That's going up nicely. Oh, is there any news?
This is actually a classic high of the day breakout strategy, not a bad one. I don't know.
Wow.
I think John would fall in love with it.
Oh yeah. John's probably in that.
Yep. SNDK, Alice is talking about SNDK. I don't know. SNDK, I would stay away from it right now. We had a big move to the downside, a big move to the upside. It's kind of a V. It's literally 50-50. You can flip a coin and just go on whatever hits. It needs some time to get some extra edge. Svetlana is asking, can you explain how to avoid a trap? Svetlana, I avoid traps by waiting for traps. So you never know if there is going to be a trap or not, because sometimes the market opens and it breaks and it actually runs. Sometimes it breaks and sells off after that. Sometimes it opens, dumps, and sells off. Sometimes it opens, dumps, and then squeezes. And sometimes it opens, dumps, which is a trap to the downside, breaks, and then goes to the downside. So you get a trap both ways. Now, these kind of traps, they happen frequently. So whatever setup I play, whether it's a breakout, whether it's a reversal, whether it's a trend continuation setup, I first wait for a trap. I want to see traders jumping into it, traders failing, price recovers into the opposite direction, and only then I trade it. You might be asking yourself, okay, what if this happens? What if market consolidates, breaks, and runs? And I'm here sitting like stupid waiting for a trap to get into a position. You'll miss the trade. So yes, the opportunities will be fewer, but the win rate is going to be higher. And I prefer these less opportunities, but higher percentage win rate. That's what I'm usually waiting. So whatever setup I'm playing, I'm always waiting for whatever setup I'm trading, I'm always waiting for people to get trapped first.
I think that also just comes with experience too, right? Like more amateur traders won't think that way. They won't analyze it and just anticipate that trap. So it's just a patience game, and that just comes with time.
That's true. So basically, sometimes you think that there is a trap, market opens, it breaks, recovers, and traders are like, oh, there is a trap around here, so I'm gonna play it now to the long side. But the overall picture is short. 60 short, daily is short. It did break to the downside, but it failed. And these are the type of cases where you get double traps. And you need to wait for this and not this. This is the part where you fully ignore. This is the part that you ignore as well. And this is the part that you react. So whatever strategy you trade, the first thing you need to do, and that's literally the most important thing, build your bias. Read price action, analyze multiple time frames, build your bias, and only then wait for the strategy and wait for the traps. Again, guys, check the book. I actually explained traps briefly in it as well. Nothing much detailed. Honestly, there is only too much information that you can add into a book. So I tried to add as much as I could. By the way, thank you for everyone who put a review for the book. For those who finished it but did not, make a review, do it, please. Would highly appreciate it. But it covers a lot of this information. Make sure to take a look at it. I just put the link in the chat.
Is it on an audiobook as well, or no? Not yet?
Not yet, but it's coming soon. Not soon, actually,
No.
but it's coming.
It's coming. Got it. Check.
Yeah. Thank you, Svetlana. Luis, thank you. You're the man. El
think
Patrons, thank you.
SOXL looks good for a high day break. Who's asking about that? I don't
It
mind.
looks like that. Yep.
It's right in the 9 quite nicely, but let's check the 30-minute chart here. Yeah, I mean, it looks good. On the 15 minutes, higher highs. It looks pretty good, yeah. Great volume, 1.9 million. Wow. Yeah,
This is probably where you want to wait for a small flag before the break. But you're right. I mean, really strong, nice recovery, strong recovery, actually. So it looks promising. Yeah, I like that.
So on the 5 minute, you'd wait for the flag and then
Yes.
look for an entry on the 1?
Yeah, because this is a bit overstretch on the 5. Overstretch into a level. Now, if we think about it from buyers and sellers perspective, let's say that you played it to the long side here or here. What would you be doing around this level? Locking in some profits, right? I mean, that's what we do. It's reaching a strong level.
Right.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So we want to see people locking in profit, and we want to see how far it's going to go to the downside. Is it just going to do this, or it's going to get rebought? Like people would be reloading their shares, or they're going to give up on it. That's kind of the signal that we're waiting for. Yeah. By the way, guys, for those who already bought the book and reading it, any feedback? Are you liking it? How do you like the information and the knowledge that's there? Michael, you also bought the Kindle version. Thank you. I would stay away from oil today. It's in the middle of nowhere. There is some sort of a ceasefire that's not even a ceasefire, right? Some sort of a deal that's not even a deal. So it's so questionable. I mean, it's
Yeah.
nothing.
Eamon, are you still watching Apple?
Yeah, Apple is interesting. I'm waiting for this 30-minute candlestick to close. Only then starting to trade. Like I said, this is probably it goes into a B area right now to a B plus. If you guys are interested, you can just simply buy it somewhere around here, for example. Put stop loss somewhere around here and target this for starters. That looks like a good risk to reward ratio. It doesn't meet all my it doesn't check all my boxes, but it's a good one. I know that there are traders who are trading this, and I can see it going all the way to 285.25.
So on the 1 minute chart, when you're looking at Apple, when it's kind of at the 50 there, does that ever
Mhm.
deter you from getting in when those moving averages are about to cross?
Not much, to be honest, because on the 5 minute chart we have the 20 prime strategy, 920 strategy. We're sitting around the 20 moving average. We are bottoming at it. This is already too big of a move to the downside, and it needs to at least pull back before the continuation. It's a nice ABCD pattern on the 30-minute chart without even any moving average against it. And the only thing that we have against this is the 50 moving average on the 1 minute chart. In fact, 59.20 on the 1 minute chart at this stage, they do not matter. This is so solid for a long, targeting at least, like we said, 285.25-ish, just to get it into a risk-free trade. I would have been worried about the 50 moving average at the open. For example, let's say that some people are looking for a short somewhere around here or here. That's something I'd be worried about because it's just the market open. We're not extended on any time frame, and these moving averages will have a huge weight into them.
Okay.
See, guys, like I said, this goes into a B plus right now. It's probably going to be hitting the 285.25-ish, where you can just unload some of your shares. Why would you sell some? Just to get it into a risk-free stage, where if it goes against you, you lose nothing. But if it goes higher, you can start looking in more profits for a bigger run.
I took that.
Nice one, Kyle.
I went in at the 11:30 candle. The
11:30,
way you
not
break
bad.
things down is so beautiful. Like how you talk about things is just so great, and like I appreciate you so much. You're so the knowledge you have is great. It's amazing.
Thank you, Kyle. I really appreciate it. And again, there are literally no guarantees that anything is going to work, right? It's just
Of
that,
course.
just the breakdown and how price action moves.
So if it were to go to 285 and then continue to go to the short side, that would be a good target, right? Because then if you take off 50% of your shares there and it comes back down, you still made like 1R.
Yeah, if it goes against you, like you can obviously you made something, but I don't exit like at a profit. I exit at break even. If it was a
Right.
big move, I would obviously move my stop loss to break even. But if it's a small move, I would risk whatever I partial in hopes of making an actual big move.
Right. Gotcha.
Yeah. Whatever setup I play, I usually break it down to selection, and my selection goes from daily, 60, and 5 minutes. So these are three time frames that I use for selection. Each of these time frames goes from A to B to C. 60-minute chart goes from A plus to A minus to B plus to B minus to a C. 5 minute chart goes from A plus to A minus, from B plus to B minus to a C. Then I go for execution, which is my entry, and it could go from A plus to A minus to B in general and to C. And then there is the management, which also goes from A to B to C. These are all the grades that I have on any single trade that I'm taking. And if, for example, the daily chart is a C, it doesn't mean that I cannot play it. I can still play it based on the 60-minute chart, but I know that I'm not going to be going for a move as big as the daily chart around here. I know that it's going to be just a 60-minute play. And now here, if I'm playing, for example, an A plus or an A minus 60-minute chart, on an A plus to an A minus 5-minute chart, that's where I would respect my original stop loss. But if I'm going for on a B setup on the 60-minute chart, but on an A entry on the 5-minute chart, that's where I might manage it a little bit differently. Enter half size or maybe exited break even or anything like that. If it's a B60 with the B5-minute chart, that's where I'm really careful. That's where I start looking in some profits. I would respect my original stop loss because I know that it might not have a huge potential move on it. But at the same time, it's not worth like locking in whatever will look around there. I need to make at least something. I need to make something out of it. So I would be having a big early partial, respecting the original stop loss so that it's risk-free, hoping for some sort of a bigger move. C60 and C5-minute charts should not be taken. C daily is okay. Entry going from A to B to C. I'm okay with B entry only on an A5 and A60-minute chart. But if it's a B60 or a B5-minute chart, it needs to be an A entry. And then the management. Management is anything after the entry. It's the add, it's the partials at key levels, and it's the full exit. So it consists of three things. If there was an opportunity to add, but I did not add to my position, that instantly falls into a B category. If I did not add and I did not partial the right way, that falls into a C category. If there was no opportunity to add, for example, it's still an A. Partial bad, it goes into a B. Partial well, it falls into an A. And I have so many different scenarios for this thing, going from like so many different scenarios that are broken down around here. It might seem like you need to memorize it, but I did not build a lot of strategies at the same time. It was one strategy built at a time. That's why I know all these criteria by heart. Just looking at the chart, I know, okay, that's an A, that's a B, that's a C, and that's how I manage it. And this is one of the things why I feel that trading for me is less emotional. All this process is done beforehand, before I pull the trigger for an entry. I know exactly everything. I know how it needs to be managed, and all I do is just react to whatever the market is doing. When you trade right now on the moment, based on what the market is doing right now, that's when it gets emotional. Did I do it right? Did I rush my entry? Should I move my stop loss? Maybe should I partial a little bit earlier? Should I respect my original stop loss? Should I hold for longer? There are a lot of questions that are coming at the moment, and that makes trading so confusing. But when everything is built ahead of time, that's when trading becomes easier. So Apple, you see these guys now, 285.25, lock in some profits. And that's it. Now we hold it. Now you hold it at least to, what do we have on Atlas? Are you still in it, Kyle?
Yeah, I just sent you a screenshot on Telegram.
Okay, let's take a look at that.
I had two
Nice
limit
one.
orders.
Good job.
Yeah.
So Kyle did play it exactly what we talked about it. This first partial probably got filled on it, and now you're waiting for the second one at 44, which is probably hit. Yeah.
Yeah.
And it could go higher. It could go higher, even more than that. But at this stage, it's risk-free. At this stage, even if it goes against you, you lose nothing. And at this stage, you can move stop loss to break even. Initially, when you are sitting around here, you do not want to move stop loss to break even. Why is that? It's the 3 candlestick rule. We have candlestick 1, candlestick 2, candlestick 3, and after 3, we expect a pullback. So this around here is totally natural. There is nothing to worry about this pullback, especially that it's sitting around the previous retest area. Now the price continues going in our favor, and on the 5-minute chart, we have candlestick 1, candlestick 2, candlestick 3. So now the 5-minute chart needs a pullback. And again, it's going to be natural, nothing to worry about. And these pullbacks could go as low as 2. So at this stage, you just simply move your stop loss to the low of the second 5-minute candle, which could be slightly below than the entry area, but it's not as big as the original stop loss. So this right now is a fully technical stop loss if it drops, and it would still be a profitable trade. And if it doesn't hit it, you hold on to the next target. Next targets are based on levels and based on Atlas. The strong level that we have is this here, which was the previous consolidation on the head and shoulders pattern before it broke. You already have a partial at 244, so it doesn't make sense to lock in a lot of profits around here. The final target could be around, or the biggest partial could be around 285.80-ish. Big order based on Atlas, right? Then we have 286, which is another good order based on Atlas. Why do we over partial? Why don't we just hold it all the way to the high of the day, or for the break of the high of the day? We need to still respect the average true range, and the average true range on Apple is around $5 to $6. The lowest point is 281. 287 is 100% of the ATR, and we know that the price could make 70-80% of the ATR. before reversing. So it's already sitting around that value. Good job, Kyle. Amazing trade.
Oh, this is great. So as far as like the targeting, like apart from market atlas, so I drew a line at 285.80. Is that what you had there? 285.63.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, so basically we use a combination of both. We use Atlas and we use horizontal levels, and we see how they coincide with each other. For example, if I removed everything around here on Apple at the moment, come on, Apple, come on. Sometimes that's just plays games. We can draw one, we draw two, we draw three, right? And we draw four, and we draw five, and that's it. Those are the key intraday levels that we have. So 285.70, and we say 25, which is not bad. I mean, it's still somewhere around it. Then we have 285.60ish. Then we have 286. And now look, we have 285.80ish on Atlas. And we see that 285.80ish is sitting close to this level. It's above it, but it's close to it. Right? So what do? You kind of merge them together. Because remember that these levels, they are zones. They are not levels to the penny. It could be higher, it could be lower. And combined with Atlas, if you can merge them together, you do that. If there is no Atlas order around here, 205.80ish probably would want to partial around the level that we see on the chart.
Love it. Great. Yeah, I'm in it. My average is 284.75.
Amazing.
All right.
Yeah, that's actually
Yeah, we'll
clean.
just-
That's actually clean. Like at this stage, you just respect the original stop loss, and whatever happens, happens. If it goes in your
Yeah.
favor, lock in profits. If it goes against you, it's nothing.
So now for you, would you be taking at these key levels? Would you be taking 25% partials?
200, this area I would be taking the most, this area. Why is that? Because this is the strongest intraday level that we have. Strongest levels are those levels that acted as a resistance and acted as a support. I would probably leave around 30% of my total position after this area. And the rest of the partials will be like 20 to 30% of the remaining, all the way to the high or all the way until we have a reversal setup.
Got it.
Amen. If you were to have 6 screen for one stocks, which time frames would you use? I currently have, I don't use the 10 seconds, it's a bit too much. I was actually thinking about 15 seconds for reversals, but I don't want to get there, not yet. The time frames that I would be using, 1 minute chart, 5 minute chart, 15 minute chart, hourly chart, 4 hour chart, and daily chart. Those would be my 6 charts.
$30, $50, okay. Now we're getting a bit of a pullback here on Apple. Let's see. I have about 60% left. We'll see what happens. My stop loss is break even, so it's risk free, like
So
you
it's
said.
risk free, exactly. I love these. When you know that
Yeah.
you're already on the winning side, no matter what happens. It's like MetaTrade yesterday that I've taken. Took MetaTrade here on YouTube, took small partial, got out of the race at break even, then we ended up catching something else in the chat room.
So on
Risk-free are the
pullbacks
best.
like this, like on Apple, would you add here or just leave it and just put your stop loss at break even and just let it go?
You just leave it because it still needs the 5 minute reset, and it did not do that. 1, 2, 3. It could still go lower than this pullback around here. So it looks like a pullback on the one before the continuation, but it's just a pullback on the 1 minute chart to the upside before going lower. This thing is going to go below 285. Now the question is, after it goes below 285, will it go to the upside or will it sell off? Now the thing that I know with high probability is that it's going below 285. What's going to happen after 285 is too early to tell. I use the concept of candlestick by candlestick analysis. So at this stage, looking at this, I know it's going to 285, but I know it's going to happen after it goes to 285 until I have more data on it. And this is where people usually get trapped. Okay, that's a pullback around here. That's a new high. I'm going to add around here, and then it drops and gets down. Luckily, that did not happen. That was big spike around here, but on really low volume, by the way.
Yeah.
On really low volume, which could also be a trap for people to jump into the long side before it drops. These are also a few things that you need to account for. Now, again, it might not be a trap, but you're already in it. Rather than doing a lot of extra noise in between, adding, partialing, bailing out at break even, re-entering, you just manage whatever you are in, and you add only on signs or signals that are happening repeatedly, that are happening frequently in the long run.
Yeah, love it. So when even on the on the 1 minute right there, when it throws a hammer doji like that, does that scare you at all? Like, is that a sign for you at all?
No, it's not a sign to exit, like we said, because we knew that it needs to pull back, right? It was 3 candlestick roll. We know it needs to make a pullback. We know that there is literally nothing scary about it.
Yeah.
I would be worried when I have a bearish setup. A bearish setup in this case is not just a 5 minute pullback. A bearish setup is a double top or an M shape on the 5 minute chart. Another bearish setup, it would be a break of the high of the day with a recovery to 286. That would also be a bearish setup. These are two bearish setups that are V setups. Uh, Other than that, a bearish setup would be an M shape setup.
On the 5 minute.
Exactly, yep.
Okay, got it. That pretty much came right down to 285 and then bounced, just like you said. So it's great.
It could still
you
go
guys
lower.
trading
It is going to wick. It is going to wick some people out who are just having the FOMO or who are looking for an entry around here, because I know the 285 is realistic. It needs to go there before it goes higher. And like I said, this spike around here, it was not that promising. It almost came out of nowhere. So it needs to trap people before going higher if it's going to go higher.
Right.
Especially this time of the day when people micro analyze the stock using the 1 minute chart, that's where they lose a lot. That's why I'm kind of having the biggest value on the. You see how it's just barely making new 1 minute low now
Yeah.
on this candlestick. So whoever played here will have their stop loss around the level C. They'll be getting wicked out around here, and that's why I say like there is a huge likelihood that's going to go to 285, but we don't care about that at the moment because we watched the 5 now. We had a already good entry. We already have a good average on it, and now we want to see what's going to happen after it hits the $285.
Right. Wow. Love it. Great.
Does the Market Atlas Premium include top right screen from Bookmap? Yeah, that's Atlas. That's exactly Atlas. It's not Bookmap.
Dookie Jones, what about companies that are making breakthroughs in quantum computing should have large returns? Quantum. I mean, quantum stocks they've been hot for a while now. 15 to 20 years. Yeah. I mean, I
Are
have
you
some of
talking
my
about
own-
longer term investment? I think he's talking about something like longer term investment where he buys and forgets about it for 15 to 20 years. Is
Yeah.
that your question?
I would say that's very smart. Yeah. If that's what you're thinking of, 15 to 20 years. Yeah. IONQ. Yeah.
No, look, this is where it would be interesting to actually look for an add into winning position. Not here. Now that we made a new low, if the price goes past 285.40ish, that would be a good place to add for the trade, moving the average to $285 area. So at this stage, there is no point to add. We just respect the original stop loss. And if it goes all the way to the average, we're out. Risk free, back at break even. If the price goes past 285.40ish, that would be a decent place to add with a partial around the high of the day and right after the break of the high of the day. These are the two scenarios that could happen within the next few minutes. Which one is going to happen? We don't know. We just react to whatever is going to happen. Goes down out at break even or at this area that I mentioned around here. Goes to the upside, add, partial, partial. What is going to happen? We're not genius. We don't read the market. We don't know what's going to happen. We just have two scenarios that we want to follow. You see now that if it triggers the 285.40ish, good place to add a little bit and move stop loss below 285. If it after the if it drops down, you just exit break even. If it keeps going higher, you want to make sure that you're partialing around 285.65 and add the break of 285.80ish. Did not hit the 40ish. We needed to hit the 40ish because it's the middle of the range, and it's important for you to respect the middle of the range because the middle of the range could be the retest area before the drop. At this stage, that's a break, that's a retest before the sell-off. How can I tell that it's not a retest, that it's an actual fake break? By seeing going past the middle. That's why we use the 40 as an add area. Could you analyze copper, please? You mean the future? Copper, what's the ETF for it? NVDA is interesting for a long if it holds $205 area. No, not yet. To be fair, not yet. The 15-minute chart is fully red, and in fact, it's a short. It's a short and a long. We did break the high of the day. We recovered into the middle, and that's exactly what I was talking about. After the break of the range, if the price goes into the middle, that's a bearish sign. So what could happen on NVDA is a reset or a retest of this high around here before the second leg to the downside, and you want to be careful about that part. Again, I could be wrong. It could just simply squeeze to the upside. You follow your trading strategy. Just giving my input on things that could happen more often. I would not even short this thing. Like at the moment, it doesn't meet all my reversal criteria. I'm still looking for a setup that is A plus because I want to catch like a big runner, not small moves on the 5-minute chart. I want to catch something that I can hold on for some time, like yesterday's meta, where played it to the long side, added, and we get like a really big move. That's like 1% move, right? From 600 to 605. I mean, almost. These are the type of trades that I usually want to catch.
Apple's still around 285.30. It hasn't come above 240 cents yet.
It's because right now, yeah, it's sitting around the retest. It could retest before the sell-off. Want to make sure that it's not a retest. But if it goes past it, that would be a good trigger for an ad. And then we partial, and then whatever happens, happens. We'll see. After it breaks the high on the 15-minute chart, it's going to need a reset on the 15-minute chart. So if, for example, I added, if I add, for example, 285.44, probably I'll be all out at 286. No point holding it for a big run on the all the way to the high of the day because the 15 is going to get stretched, and then the 15-minute chart could pull back as low to 284.85. And after that, that would not be a good technical stop loss. And that's how I decide whether I want to exit all out or hold for a runner. If we add, for example, around here and it continues, that's not the type of trade that you want to hold on for a runner. That's where we exit all out at the final momentum. But if, for example, you are not adding it to 84, 85.40ish, you have a heavy position and the price goes in your favor, you probably lock in some profits and you can hold through 15-minute pullbacks. See, at this stage, it's a retest. That's why I say, like, you don't want to get trapped around here for a long. If you get trapped here for a long, you would have been stopped out at this stage. Then people are like, okay, this is a new low. Now I'm going to add around here. And then you get stopped out the second time, right?
That's
where
right.
you kind of
I've
like
done
small new
that
high
so
and
many
out.
times.
Exactly. And then a
Yeah.
new high and you get stopped out. But looking at the macro picture and analyzing everything at the same time, you know that, okay, I sit here. I just sit and wait at this stage until that specific scenario happens.
And if it doesn't, you just get out a break even or cut it.
Exactly, and you're already in a winner, right? You're already in a winner. You did not mess it up. You did not add and out and then have FOMO and then re-enter and out. You just wait for some specific price action and you keep managing your winning position.
Yeah. Wow. I'm going to add to it 285.34. Let's see.
There it is. That looks like more promising. Let's see if it finally breaks this mini consolidation and then we just scalp it, right? Now that's a good one. Now here, you move stop loss to 85. If it goes to 285 at this stage, it's probably going to go lower and hit your break even.
Right.
So there's literally no point having the break even down there. You can add and you can move your average around at this stage. 285, 60ish, 65 would be a good area to lock in some profits at the break, more profits. And if it goes against you, it's the exact same break even that it was before the ad, but it's higher after the ad, right?
Yeah. Amy, when you're watching the volume on these, if it starts to absorb a lot and the volume really starts to spike, are you anticipating it going to the upside?
At this stage, the 1-minute volume could give a lot of traps. I just pay attention to the average 5-minute volume because you can see we had a spike here, we had a spike here, right? We had a spike here, we had a spike here, but it doesn't mean a lot. But if I see
Right.
something on the 5-minute chart at this stage, you're right. Yes, it would mean something.
Okay. So the 1 and the 2 minute chart around these times are more just for getting a really great entry.
Entry,
And
exactly.
You use the 5 and the 15. Yeah, okay.
To plan the trade. For example, how would we know that, okay, the 40-ish is a good entry? I mean, looking at the 5-minute chart doesn't make sense. Why exactly the 40? Why not entering at a new high around the 65? At least if you look at the 5, you will enter where you need to take partial right now. We use the 1-minute chart, and at 65, we can lock in some profits. Right?
Yeah, absolutely.
But
yeah. But you'd miss those entries if you were trying to enter on the 5. That's why you use the 1.
exactly. And you would
For
need
the
to wait for
sniper shot.
longer before you lock in some profits. At this stage on the 1-minute chart, you can start already locking in profits, right? Because the entry was not a bad one. I mean, now it's going to spike and get that fill. Just joining. How is AMD looking today? Bullish or bearish? AMD is a bit of a tough one, to be honest. It looks more bullish. It looks more bullish than bearish, but I don't feel like touching it. I think tomorrow it's going to be an interesting one to watch. I already had my stab on it, which wasn't bad. We're going to look for something else. PLTR is also a little bit tricky and difficult to read and difficult to trade. Yeah, so Apple hit the 65. So you see, guys, how step by step. If we added at this stage around 44 where we were talking about it, we would have been stopped out at 1147. And what did I tell you? It is hitting the 285. It is going to get traders trapped. Just using the concept of candlestick by candlestick analysis. You wait for these traders to get trapped, then you wait for it to actually confirm that it's trapped, then you jump and you scalp. But I don't use this type of trading because you get setups merely almost every 10-15 minutes, right? And it's small moves that I usually do not do. I want to wait for the exact same patterns, but on an even higher time frame. Kyle here did that. You see this? Managed to add at the 40-ish.
Let me tell you something. When I added those first 2 ads, they were very small. But as I did that, exactly what you said about the false break happened. It came back down, retested the 285.30. As soon as it came up above the 240, I added just another 100, and then it came up to 285.65. Took another 50%, moved my break even. Like, oh my god, that was perfect.
Exactly. Like step by step. And now the next one to 85.8-ish. It is probably going to hit it. But now you're not only in a safe, risk-free trade, you're already in profit. Right?
Yeah. Wow. And I took this on the funded account, so I have 550 shares left, and my unrealized is now 455. Unbelievable.
Well done. Amazing. See, there are opportunities during the whole day, guys. And you see, there it is. Perfect. Partial. Definitely, this is an area to start locking in some profits. You see how we kind of timed it from here, which is 11:30-ish candlestick. Had a good place to add into it. Managed to get the spike, and there it is. Anybody else traded this?
That's perfect. And so for this level, you took that based off of the head and shoulders from the top side?
Yes, it's a head and shoulders on the 1-minute chart, because on the 5-minute chart, the level is not that clear, but on the one, it's clear. But you see how it's literally reacting to it penny to penny? Like all the levels that we've drawn, these are 285.63 respected to the penny, 286.01 respected to the penny, 286.29 is going to be respected as well. But this is micromanagement, like an algo. I look for something bigger when I trade. So it will be like 1 or 2 trading opportunities a day, but they're big opportunities. These trades are still doable. I could just sit in front of my screen whole day and trade whole day, but it's exhausting to just micro analyze like candlestick by candlestick by candlesticks for hours. It's really exhausting. So I love chilling, zooming it out, and then trading based on that.
The candlestick there on the 1 minute where it spiked up, is that people taking those high profits from that move that we were just in?
11:57.
Yeah.
Yes, it is people definitely looking in because.
Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, it is around an obvious intraday level, right? And like I told you, the 3 candlestick rule, 15-minute chart, 1, 2, 3. The 15-minute candlestick is going to start getting exhausted candlestick by candlestick. So now that we're having the 3 is usually having a huge selling pressure in it a lot of times. We have the 1, we have the 2, we have the 3, and then it starts struggling. Same thing to the downside. We have the 1, the 2, the 3, and then it starts struggling. On the 5, 1, 2, 3, and then it's just giving you a spike with struggle. And same thing around here on the 15-minute chart. So this 3 candlesticks rule, I don't know why, but it's magic. It works like magic.
Love it. Great.
Awesome. Well, guys, I mean, I hope you enjoyed this session. Thank you, Kyle. Good trade, by the way.
Yeah,
Love
thank
it.
you. That was great. Appreciate it.
Well, guys, that was a good session. Hope you enjoyed it. Have a great rest of the day. Me and Kyle will be here tomorrow, 11 a.m. Eastern, and I'm going to be headed to the chat room. See you.